Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Perspective Philosophy, where we try to better our perceptions of the world through philosophical discussion. In today's episode, I'll be reviewing a debate between Cosmic Skeptic and Alex Baker Hightouch? Hightouch? And it's going to be an interesting one because, he's debating a PhD, from what it seems, in philosophy or theology at Oxford. So this should be a very interesting debate. I think that Alex has certainly got his work cut out for him here. And obviously, it's in relation to the evil God hypothesis and what he was discussing about about the paper that he did. The video that he did on the paper that was written by Stephen Law, who is another professor in philosophy who I think is at Cambridge University, but I'll have to double check that. And Stephen Law basically argues that God, the theologies that could be used to defend against the problem of evil could be turned back on themselves, and essentially showed that for example, that we must live in the worst of all possible worlds, and that's why we need free will, for example. And these are, I think, inadequate arguments in many ways, primarily because of what I said in the last time I reviewed that video, which was a couple of weeks ago. But they are very interesting. And not only that, I want to see if they talk about how we are defining God, because there is a standard definition of God in theology that is usually accepted. God is the omnipotent, omnibenevolent, omniscient creator and sustainer of all things. So yeah, it should be very interesting and see how this turns out. And for whatever reason, I don't think this is actually streaming to Twitch, so I'm very sorry, Twitch people. I don't know why this isn't coming through. So yeah, sorry, Twitch. I'm very sorry. I'd have to cancel the stream, and I'm not going to do that. So, so before we begin, I just want to also say, I think Vosh has recently called me a snake and a pussy from what I saw, and I just wanted to address that. And I find it hilarious because from what I've seen, Vosh essentially said that I was charitable to him, and so that's why he can call us a pussy, because I was more charitable to him than I was about him when I was talking to Destiny, which isn't the case actually. I was charitable both occasions. I described him with his own words to Destiny, and then when I was talking to him, I engaged with him fairly, and he embarrassed himself. So I'm sorry, Vosh. I know the truth hurts. Your philosophy is terrible. And you're the one that presented it that way. You're the one that acted childish, and that's why you didn't upload the video. So, yeah, it's not really my fault or my problem. So, moving past that, we're going to get straight into this debate. So, as I said, this is a debate between Alex O'Connor and Alex Baker Hightouch. And it's on whether God could be evil. I've not seen this before yet, so this should be interesting. Here's the debate. Could God be evil? Alex O'Connor versus Max Baker Hightouch. Not Alex. I don't know why I thought Alex twice. Max Baker Hightouch. Hightouch? I hope I'm saying your name right, mate. I'm really sorry. We're not going to wait 2 minutes.
Just joking around. All right, so today we're talking about the Evil God Challenge. And I've got with me Alex O'Connor, also known as Cosmic Skeptic, and Dr. Max Baker Hightouch. They've actually had a previous discussion on Unbelievable. Was it the evolutionary argument against naturalism that you two discussed?
It was more like the argument from reason, but the evolutionary argument, we touched on it, I think.
Well, I've invited them on to talk about this particular argument, in particular because Alex just put out a video on his channel. I think it was just called Could God Be Evil? So that's what I titled this. And I've got that linked in the description of this video, by the way, if you want to go check that out. And then Max Baker Heitch has produced, or he published a paper in conjunction with another guy named Ben Page. And they just released a paper that was published in 2020 on the evil God hypothesis. And so I thought it was a great opportunity to have them both together talking about this again. And I'm going to try something a little bit different this time than I normally do in these types of dialogues or debates that I host on my channel. Instead of doing introductions at all, I'm just going to jump right into the discussion. And if you'd like to find out more about my guest, then just check the description of this video. So with that, let's get into it. Alex, tell me what the Evil God Challenge is. And then
I really like that. I don't know if anyone else is seeing that. I'm not going to lie. It's really nice.
And Max, I'm going to have you maybe fill in some...
And Cosmic Skeptic, nice facial hair, man. And the boy hath become a man.
The details, and then we'll just have a good old-fashioned dialogue about it.
Sure. Well, thanks for hosting this, as always, Cameron. It's great to be back on the show. The Evil God Challenge is something that I first became aware of through the work of Dr. Stephen Law, who I think is one of the most kind of prolific defenders of this argument. He's certainly not the only one, but he wrote a paper on this Evil God Challenge, which is essentially what the video is based upon. The basic premise, at least, of the version that Stephen Law puts forward, is to say that, well, how can we put this? We kind of entertain the idea of this hypothesis that there exists this evil God whose nature is such that he's maximally evil, wants to kind of cause everyone to suffer and all of this kind of stuff.
Maximally evil is probably the most important fact in this, and I think that this is very important because I'm actually writing something about this with my friend Dave, where we're actually talking about writing something about the evil God hypothesis and its relation to some other arguments, and kind of making something composited between a few arguments, essentially, and seeing about getting that. I'm going to see if we can get that published. But one of the things I was going to say is essentially when we define God, it's going, this triomni, omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipotent God. It seems that we can argue, at least I would argue, that omnipotence implies omnibenevolence and omniscience. And so if we talk about an all-powerful evil God, I would say that we're in a contradiction. Now, if we talk about a maximally evil God, then we're not. Because if God then is maximally evil and it's not all-powerful, then we could say that, if anything, having the greatest amount of power would maximize their evil if they were the most unethical. And so it depends on what is the primary feature of the God we are describing and whether this is possible. Now, you see, I think the omnipotence itself is implied from the metaphysical creation of all and sustenance of all things. It's omnipotent. It's whether that omnipotence implies omniscience and omnibenevolence from that position is what kind of leads whether God could be evil or not. So this, I think, should be an interesting discussion. But really, what I want to see is a definition of God which can allow him to be maximally powerful, the creator and sustainer of all things, yet evil. And I want to know how that God could exist without being in contradiction with himself.
And it's generally thought, or at least Stephen Law says, that a lot of Christians will say that this idea seems absurd or incoherent, at least one of the reasons for which is that there's too much good in the world. And it seems that there's far too much good in the world to accept this idea that there would be an evil God. And the basic question that Stephen Law asks is, if the theist is allowed to say, well, God can't be maximally evil because of the fact that there's too much good in the world, why can't the atheist say that God can't be maximally good because of all of the evil in the world? And he's essentially, I guess, in that way, trying to defend or bolster or complement the problem of evil and kind of give it a reframing in light of this view that says, well, if people would dismiss out of hand this idea of an evil God based on all of the good in the world, then they should equally be in a position to dismiss the good God hypothesis in virtue of all of the evil in the world. And I know that...
yes, these are what are they called? It's when it's not theocracy. Theology, is it theology? If anyone in the chat remembers what these arguments are called, theodicies. These are the theodicies, essentially. So, in case anyone doesn't know, it's essentially a vindication of the divine providence of God. So that's like a dictionary definition. So essentially, a vindication of God's goodness, grace, omnipotence, omniscience, that kind of thing.
Max doesn't necessarily agree that we should dismiss this idea of an evil God out of hand in the same way that Stephen Law does, but that's the argument that Dr. Law puts forward, and that's the argument that I was defending in the video.
Right. So, Max, is there anything that you'd like to fill out here? So, I actually really liked in the abstract of the paper that you did with Ben Page, which, by the way, I've got that linked in the description as well if you want to go check that out and read it later on. So, the way that you put it there is, according to the Evil God Challenge, belief in evil God is about as reasonable as belief in a wholly good, omnipotent, and omniscient God. The two hypotheses are roughly epistemically symmetrical. Given the symmetry thesis, belief in an evil God and belief in a good God are taken to be similarly preposterous. I thought that was a really good way of sort of summarizing what this challenge is all about. Is there anything you'd like to add to that before we get started?
Yeah, thanks, Cameron. Thanks for having me, and good to be back on the air with you, Alex. Yeah, I wouldn't add a lot. I think Alex has summarized it well. One thing I would just say is I think that there are sort of two ways that this argument gets framed. I would distinguish between a more ambitious and a less ambitious framing. Okay, so the less ambitious framing wants to say that this is a challenge that is for theists who think that the evil God hypothesis is ridiculous because of the amount of good in the world, and that and someone like me who doesn't think that the evil God hypothesis is absurd because of the amount of good in the world. I have other reasons for rejecting the evil God hypothesis, but not the amount of good in the world.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think is very important to recognize, that, for example, most theists and theologians would not instantiate the goodness of God simply by the presence of good in the world, or reject and they would say equally such that the goodness of God or the lack of evil is any justification for the goodness of God. You get like Augustine, who argues that evil doesn't actually exist and it's actually the privation of good. So it's actually a distance from God, which is, I think, quite an interesting take. So I want to see if how they would necessarily, obviously the privation of good argument. I want to see them go through the theodicies. Hopefully, I want to see that. Can you explain why you're an idealist and your ethics are dependent upon idealism? Love the content. I'm acting as a vegan these days because of you. I think vegan is the most likely ethical choice, but I'm not 100% certain yet. Well, Ergostrix, thank you very much for the donation. If there's anything I can do to help convince you, absolutely, of veganism, that is. Idealism, I think it's right. So I'm an idealist because I think that, I'm an idealist because I would argue that at the foundation of knowledge, we will find thought. And I think that this is demonstrated somewhat through the Cartesian doubt, and more so in the transcendental arguments presented by Immanuel Kant. I think that what Kant and Descartes, Kant, and Hegel show is that fundamentally our understanding of reality is dependent upon, I can't remember what the word is now. Wait a minute. Where's my cursor gone? All right, well, what's he call it? I cannot remember it now. No. I don't know where it's gone. Like that, the word has totally left me mind. Apperception. Oh my God, that I don't know where that came from. Okay, that is fundamental upon apperception. And apperception is basically the way in which mind is required to understand reality. That mind is fundamental to the understanding of reality. in relation to both the a priori and a priori synthetic. And so, like, pure reason itself is required in the knowledge claims that we can build up about reality. And I think Hegel shows this more so again, separating that which is pure experience from that which is knowledge and that which we can, know and actually discuss. And I think that when we talk about materialism, idealism, objective idealism or absolute idealism, whatever it may be in terms of metaphysics, we are fundamentally engaged in this present at hand, this secondary knowledge system, and that is fundamentally integrally dependent upon the existence of mind and the engagement of mind in reality. And so when we look to posit some sort of law or causation prior to existence, prior to this investigation that has been taking place by the rational observer, what we are doing is we are actually positing an object that is constructed and understood by a rational mind as being prior to that rational mind. And I see that as a metaphysical impossibility. So I hope that explains why I'm an idealist. But thank you for your question and the donation.
And that it doesn't apply to people like me. That would be the less ambitious framing. The more ambitious framing would want to say that, no, actually there's a symmetry between the evil God hypothesis and the good hypothesis that holds in basically all respects. The two hypotheses are symmetrical in a whole bunch of respects. That means we can basically treat them as being equally reasonable or indeed equally unreasonable. And so that's what I would call the more ambitious framing. And according to that version would apply to someone like me as well.
So, Alex, what do you think about that? Do you think that you're a proponent of the less ambitious or the more ambitious framing?
Well, I would say that, at least on face value, I would argue for a potential, at least prima facie, plausibility of this more ambitious version of the evil God hypothesis. I mean, to be clear, I saw some people commenting on the announcement that we were doing this event, and people were kind of saying, how can I argue that God is evil if I don't have a basis for ethics or something like this? We're not trying to say that an evil God exists, of course. The argument is simply trying to kind of draw an inconsistency in the way that a theist might be thinking about this. I think that the version that at least I was proposing in the video was to say that if you are somebody who thinks that it is preposterous to say that there is an evil God because of all the good in the world, then I think it makes as much sense to say that it's preposterous that there's a good God despite all of the evil in the world. Of course, you don't need to take that position. But I think I would also say, at least as far as I can see, that given all of the other theological thought that we can discuss, we have about as much good reason to think that any God that exists would be wholly good as wholly evil, for reasons that I'm sure we'll get into in a moment. But I think it'd be a good idea to start with kind of the objections to this, because your paper, Max, kind of goes through these ideas. As you say, you think that the evil God hypothesis is incoherent for other reasons, for unconnected reasons. And
I think it's important, to be entirely honest with you, to have an ethical system in relation to what he's saying, for the words good and evil to have any meaning. And so when we talk about the evil God versus the good God, for them to be separate and non-identical, to have established contradictory identities, or established to be established opposites, we need solid definitions. We can't just establish them as opposites, as just signifiers. They must obtain to something. And so when we talk about, this is vitally important for something like Augustine's the privation of good argument, which argues that there is no such thing as evil. There is only the privation of good. Or in relation to this evil God, the definition of an evil God and what evil is very important when we talk about what God is. So if we take a Kantian perspective, for example, and say the good will is good, and a Hegelian understanding of good as, the enactment of right, then God would have to be good to be omnipotent. Now, that's the argument I would make. I would say that God must be good, and that omnipotence implies omnibenevolence, because omnibenevolence is the overall consideration of all sentient beings and the complete understanding of the universals from which right is based upon. And so when we talk about God being all-powerful, it implies omnibenevolence. So if we talk about the likelihood of an omnipotent evil God, I would say that we have hit a contradiction. And in the same way that Socrates argues when in Gorgias, he says that is the tyrant powerful when he gets what he wants? It's like his argument is no. The fool is not powerful when he gets what he wants. Like the individual who acts in a way which is not rational and conducive to the overall ends of what is actually right and good is wrong in their actions, and so their power could be their downfall just as much as their benefit. And so when someone's all powerful, it would require them in a Socratic or a Hegelian model to actually be omnibenevolent, or at least, the most ethical being possible.
I think it'd be interesting to essentially go through some of those things, but there are kind of three parts to this paper. There's this idea that first there's the discussion of whether or not the...
Someone said, is Alex a subjectivist? No, Alex is an objectivist, but only in a psychological egoist sense. He sometimes says he's like, I'm not sure if I'm an objectivist or a subjectivist by this definition, but he's an objectivist and he's a psychological egoist, really.
The hypotheses are actually equally plausible, kind of on face value. There's the question of whether the rest of natural theology, like the fine-tuning arguments, the ontological arguments, these kind of things, the evil God hypothesis kind of assumes that these arguments apply just as well to an evil God as to a good God. So, all of the fine-tuning in the world might point to there being a God, but that doesn't mean it's a good God. And then there's the third component, which is a really interesting component that I focus most of my video on, which is this. If what a theist can do in response to the problem of evil in defending a good God is present theodicies, which, for those who don't know, are attempts to reconcile the existence of a good God with the existence of evil. So this is where the theist will say something like, evil exists because of free will, or evil exists because it allows higher order goods to obtain. And the point that Stephen Law makes is that all of these theodicies, or at least most of the main ones, can simply be reversed to also defend the evil God hypothesis. So those are the kind of three components, I think, to this discussion, and it's worth tackling all of them.
Mm. Yeah, thanks, Alex. So I think I want to agree with the first part of what you said, where you said if someone's reason for rejecting the evil God hypothesis is that they think there's too much good in the world, then they should also reject the good God hypothesis because there's too much evil. I would agree with that. And I think that the theodicies...
Unsurprising, because that's terrible reasoning.
the stories about why a good God would allow evil, I think they can be reversed in the way that Law suggests, broadly speaking. I would have a few quibbles, but in substance, I think that's basically right. So yeah, I think the way that Ben Page and I set up our paper was to say that basically the evil God hypothesis, the evil God challenge is about trying to say that good God and evil God are sort of epistemically on a par with each other. They're roughly equally plausible. And we distinguish three types of symmetry that the evil God challenger needs to defend. And the first one is really the one that Stephen Law spends by far the most time on, which is theodicy symmetry. So that's trying to say that the theodicies that you can give to defend a good God against the existence of evil can be mirrored, more or less, to defend the evil God against the problem of good. The next one, which Law does talk about to some extent, is what we call natural theology symmetry, which is to say the arguments that can be marshalled in favor of a good God can broadly give about as much support to the hypothesis of an evil God. And then the third respective symmetry, which Law doesn't really talk about at all, is what we call intrinsic symmetry. So is the concept of an evil God as intrinsically, is it sort of roughly equally intrinsically coherent as a...
Ergostrix donated $10, says, do you genuinely believe that if all minds disappear, then reality ceases to exist? Yes. At least reality as it could be known and is known would disappear. There would be nothing there would be no definable metaphysical characteristics to reality from which we are currently engaged in. What was going on prior to the first mind? I don't think that this can be known or knowable beyond the point of we can talk about the existence of matter leading to minds and that kind of thing, but when we talk about that in reality, it's a historical claim in relation to the progression of matter in biology, and I don't think any of that's a problem, and I don't think that any idealist sees that as a problem. It's not that reality itself, in terms of all of its component features, would disappear. It's more of the knowable features of reality would disappear. And so it's an epistemic issue and a metaphysical issue rather than a physical issue. It's like I can talk about the sun 3.5 billion years ago, but I can't talk about a causal process which is engaged in mind, for example, because then it would prevent us having a fully fledged epistemic engagement within reality. What else? I think as well, it's not to say that, and just to make this clear, is not to say that, and actually to make this even more clear, actually, Hegel distinguishes three component aspects which he sees as the fundamental requisites for society, for reality, at least in terms of the way in which it can be understood, and that is the self, the other, and matter. So matter as an infinite would have existed before the self and the other. That's fair enough. That doesn't mean that reality, in terms of its being understood and metaphysically divested and analysed in what we discuss, would have existed. So when we talk about things like the sun, the moon, all of these different determinate objects, these determinate objects are actually the phenomenological construction of minds rather than integral parts of a reality. That's kind of what I would say. Could a materialist still follow objective ethics as you've found them? Could a materialist... perhaps I'd have to really give that more thought. Could a materialist objective ethics? So yes, they probably could, but they would probably still have to argue for some level of free will for ethics to function at all. So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Ergostrix. Thank you.
The concept of a good God. That's to say, abstracting away from all the evidence that we find in the actual world, does just the very notion of an evil God kind of make roughly as much sense as the notion of a good God? And yeah, as you say, Alex, we give a number of reasons for thinking that there are a number of problems with the coherence of an evil God that don't apply to the good God. So yeah, I mean, I imagine we can spend some time looking at some of those.
Yeah, at this point, you guys can just any direction you want to go. Alex, if you want to take it one particular way, that's
shit.
We've got we've got Max for about 90 minutes today, so we've got another hour, say, in 15 minutes. If we have time, we'll do some Q&A, but that's not something that we're super trying to make happen today on the stream. So feel free to just any direction you want to go, Alex. Feel free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I think it'd be a good idea to just kind of go through these 3 points and see where they stand. Because one thing to bear in mind is that unlike many of the other positions that I advocate on my YouTube channel, this one was very much kind of, hey, isn't this interesting? You know, I'm very open to the possibility of this entire thing being nonsensical or incoherent, and it wouldn't actually be any water off my back, really, because I would just happily say, okay, I guess I was wrong about this. But as far as I can see, it's at least plausible. So I guess maybe we can, I mean, it's up to you, Max, which of these 3 areas you want to begin with. Perhaps you want to go in the order of the paper, or if you'd rather go in a different order.
I think you can feel free to pick which one you'd like to go with first, Alex.
Well, why don't we start, because I think this is where a lot of people start with their thinking about God, with this idea of the natural theology symmetry. So this idea that I think, at least it seems the evil God hypothesis needs to, or at least is helped by the suggestion that arguments in favor of God seem to apply equally to a good God as a bad God. And I guess the thinking behind that is something like, look, if we say that the Kalam cosmological argument is sound, there's a first cause to the universe. That doesn't tell us whether that cause is good or bad, is malicious or loving. Equally, fine-tuning may imply that there's a fine-tuner, but there could be a malicious fine-tuner or something of this sort. I mean, what's the problem with that kind of assumption?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So I think that the asymmetry here is not that great. So like I'm and by the way, Ben and I didn't necessarily agree on everything in this paper. He's more of a fan of ontological arguments than I am. I think they're sort of interesting, but I don't tend to think they really kind of give much reason to an atheist to be a theist. So, I mean, unless you want to talk about that, I'd be happy to sort of move past the ontological argument bit.
I think there is one interesting facet of the ontological argument that was raised in your paper, which is this idea that most versions of the ontological argument argue for this maximally great God, this maximally entailing a maximally moral God. And I think the idea is something like, look, you can't have a God who's evil by nature, because that wouldn't be as great as a God who is good by nature, right? I have a kind of potentially interesting observation here, which is that I was thinking about this and I thought to myself, what is actually more great, right? A being who is good by nature and therefore just kind of does good actions because that's just what they do. It's almost like automated. They're a good person, they're good natured. And some views of God even suggest that God can only do what is good. He's kind of incapable of doing bad things because it would be kind of incoherence. Is that actually better?
I think it wouldn't be that it would be incapable. It's like he could have on volition to do that which was bad, but then it would be he would never want to. It would be the goodwill. So I guess he would be incapable in the fact that he would be defined as being that which is wanting to bring around the greatest overall possible circumstance. But that would be the expression of his power anyway. So it would be like the logical end to omnipotence. It would cease to be God almost.
Then say.
And thank you for the donation, Ergostrix. Thanks for engaging. Understand much better now. Sorry to interrupt the live stream topic. Enjoy your plant milk. Which kind is best? Latte on me. Soy milk. And thank you very much.
A being who is evil, partly evil, or even wholly evil, and yet chooses to do good. Now, this is really interesting to me because my moral intuitions say that a person who has an evil tendency, let's imagine like a human being who was raised in horrible conditions, they grow up with a kind of malicious nature within themselves and they want to do harm, and yet they manage to overcome that and do good nonetheless, despite their kind of evil nature, as it were. That person is kind of more morally commendable, I think, than a person who just happens to be good by nature and therefore does a good deed.
This is, funnily enough, very similar to the Irenaean theodicy in relation to the greatest overall adversity implies the greatest overall achievement when it's overcome. So, like with this being a world of soul making, if it was harder to become a good soul, the harder the adversity, the greater the outcome, like the greater the achievement. So he's actually, in some respects, I think Alex is kind of already, firing shots in terms of how God would be ultimately good if he was, not having to live up to the Irenaean theodicy. But then you could say that like God was ultimately being the will, the instantiation of will, that God was the most ultimately desirous being, and so is experiencing the like all possible desires simultaneously, and only chooses to actualize those which are good, making him the greatest God. So I don't think this would necessarily be like a killing blow to the idea of the greatest overall God being the greatest overall being.
If that's true, then can we really say that the maximally great God would be one who is good by nature, when it might be actually better or more morally commendable to be evil by nature and yet still choose to do good?
That's interesting. I never thought about that. Okay, just two quick thoughts. So one is, I think like that your view might have a slightly odd consequence, that if someone let's take your example of a person with a really kind of evil nature. But the thing is, like, if what you mean by nature is like how a person is disposed to act, that person, if they start to do lots of good actions over time, their moral nature will change, right? They'll become more and more disposed naturally to do good, and then presumably, but then it seems to me like your view has a slightly odd consequence that person becomes less morally commendable over time. As their character gets better and better, their dispositions get better and better, they are less and less morally praiseworthy, which I think is slightly odd. I don't know, I'd have to...
But it does align very well with the Irenaean theodicy, so that this is a world of soul making. But I think that it's explainable when we talk about, what the nature of God must be for him to be the most, to be omnipotent, would be able to actualize every and all possibility, and so be able to have the action urging process, the desire to do so, but then only choosing to actualize the best, the greatest. I hope everyone can welcome Leibniz to the chat.
To think about that more, but the other thing is about saying that God could be the greatest being, that the greatest possible being could be a being who sort of had at least partly evil nature, but nonetheless chose to do good. I think there's going to be a question there about in what does that that moral nature, that part tendency to do evil? What does that consist in? What is the truth maker for that? Because most philosophers tend to think that natures or dispositions kind of have to manifest in at least some possible worlds. So that's going to mean that there'll be possible worlds where that being does evil. Otherwise, if like in every possible world that this being exists, it does good things all the time, I'm not clear like what the truth maker for its partly evil nature is, if that makes sense.
Yes, I mean, I think it's quite difficult here to unpack what we mean by kind of good or bad nature. Like, I don't think it's the case that whether your nature is good is kind of dependent on the good acts you do, right? Because I'm kind of envisioning a situation in which someone has an evil nature and yet does good all the time. I don't think simply by virtue of doing good things, their nature becomes good. I think their output becomes good, but I don't think that affects their actual moral character, you know?
Well, I think that's if I'm honest, I think that's the wrong way to look at it. And I'm gonna quote Aristotle for like the millionth time, and it's a poem in Aristotle, and I always quote this. Excuse me. Action is but a long... Was it? Sorry. Habit is but a long action friend, which becomes our nature in the end. So we have what's second nature. And I think this is actually like dependent upon, like, especially since Alex is a materialist and actually believes in determinism, the way in which I would argue in relation to his understanding of reality was that the brain itself becomes reinforced, certain neural pathways become reinforced, and so we become conditioned psychologically to act in certain ways easier and easier, like the more and more in which we perform certain actions. So in Alex's worldview in general, I would say that like your nature is malleable in relation to the process that's engaged in your brain, and because of brain plasticity, and then obviously psychological reinforcement or social conditioning. So yeah, I think that actually you should have just bit the bullet there and said like, look, yeah, your nature does change, and yeah, you're not as good.
Okay, I suppose I think we'd need to talk more about what we mean then, because I thought that by nature you meant sort of a disposition, but if they're doing good stuff on a really consistent basis, it looks to me like they have a good disposition. It's a bit like saying you've got a really unreliable car that starts every time you put the key in. It's like, okay, so in what does the unreliability consist? Do you see what I mean? Yeah.
Well, I'm imagining, for instance, that like we can envision a situation in which kind of nature, as you're defining it here, is this propensity to kind of act. We could say that a being God traditionally conceived of is a being who just has a wholly good propensity, just wants to do nothing but good. That's kind of his desire. What I'm saying is like, you can allow for a kind of mostly good nature, let's say, because you need there to be the propensity to do good in order to actually do the good, but that there is also this propensity or desire to do evil, right? So it's like God has at least some desire to do evil. Now that's overcome by the kind of competing desire to do good. And the fact that that desire overcomes the bad desire is an indicator of moral character in the same way that it would be in a human being, such that although...
But why would that make God less good anyway? Like if it's overcome, so like... It's kind of like when Foucault talks about insanity and sanity, right? Like Foucault sees insanity as the faculty of unreason, right? He sees like the imagination has, overpowered the understanding of the world, and we have fallen into fictions. In terms of sanity, we are more sane when we reject unreason. We have established our sanity when we have been rational and rejected unreason. When we have, overcome these fictions, we have proven our sanity. And so like I would have agreed with what he said in the first place, and I would have said that God had the greatest capacity or the greatest desire to do that which is evil, but then chooses not to because of his greatness, because of his goodness. He is the ethical paragon. He is the will itself, and in all of its possibilities, established in the most omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent way. That's essentially it. He's the all-powerful, the Almighty, and that's why he is the only doing the greatest of all possible worlds and that kind of thing. Take the Leibnizian position. So I don't know why this would make him bad anyway. So like his nature could be, I don't know, and as well, when we talk about the nature of God, it's like, what do you mean? God is like, nature is because of God. Do you know what I mean? Like it's strange to talk about the nature of God. It's like, especially since one, it would be fundamentally unknowable. Which is why I'm an agnostic. You know, like you would have to talk about it via negativa. You could talk about what God's nature isn't, and you could point to everything else, but you couldn't talk about the nature of God beyond maybe saying that God's nature must include everything else and all possibility. And then I would say that, like, when and even when you apply the word nature itself, it seems to be. I think if I'm using the right word. Yeah, a misnomer. You're applying something which is non-applicable to God. And I would say this pretty much about everything in terms of the applicability to God. But I think it would be a misnomer to apply nature especially to God, because God is beyond that which is beyond nature. It's the establishment of and the cause of nature and the sustenance of nature. And I think also what's important to recognize that if God is at the fundamental level this creation and sustenance, which is what I would argue with mind in general, and so God would be, you know, the absolute spirit in a Hegelian sense, then God would be indeterminate and free. And so there's no reason to talk about a nature when there would be no nature. I wouldn't even argue a nature of humanity, never mind a nature of God. I would say that God would be indeterminate by nature and absolutely free. And that's where, like, at least quote unquote by nature, in its being, it would be absolutely free, indeterminate, and self-determining. And that's why God's omnipotent, because it must be able to act in a way in which is the most powerful and must be able to express the greatest amount of freedom in their actions by definition. Over talk.
Though kind of a maximally evil God might not be able to do good, because that would just be maximally desiring evil all the time. To say that the best version of God is one who is maximally good by nature, rather than, good by nature to a really high degree, but also evil by nature to a slightly lesser degree, might actually be more preferable in terms of, like, judging whether or not this is the kind of best, most morally commendable character.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I think I suppose, like, one thing I wouldn't be willing to give up on is the idea that God never actually does evil acts in any possible world, right? So I still think I would need to know whether the way you're thinking of, like, God having a part evil nature rules out God never actually doing any evil in any possible worlds.
No, I think it would necessitate the idea that God can do evil, and therefore there are, possible worlds in which God does evil, and yet he just never actualizes any of those worlds in practice.
There's Leibniz.
And that's what makes him good, the actualization every time of the kind of morally preferable world, despite having the option to actualize a morally deficient world, right? If all of the possible worlds you have available to you are kind of equally good, if you take the kind of view of someone like, I believe Richard Swinburne would say this, that God kind of has multiple courses of action available to him, but they all have to be good. He doesn't actually have the ability, he doesn't have it open
choose
to him
from
to do
equal best.
Yeah. I think that like actualizing one of those worlds that are all equally best and just saying, well, I'm going to actualize this one, is not as morally commendable, or not as indicative of a morally great being, as a being who has open to him morally good acts and morally bad acts, and always chooses the morally good acts.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you mean by open to. Like, so I guess I quite like a definition of omnipotence that Eric Wielenberg gives, which is that there's nothing that God can't do for a lack of strength. So, you get these sort of puzzles when you think about the concept of omnipotence, like, can God torture puppies for fun? And if it looks like if you say no, then you're denying God's omnipotence, right? But actually, I think if you take Wielenberg's definition of omnipotence, then the reason that God can't torture puppies for fun is not that God lacks power or strength to be able to do that. It's that God has a moral nature such that he would never want to do that. So it is within God's power to do that. Well, sorry, let's take out the word moral nature, because that's sort of what's the issue here. But let's just say God never wants to torture puppies for fun, even though he has the power.
I think that they're missing the concept of power, and that's really an unfortunate an understanding of power, I think, is essential to this. And I'm very interested in power as someone who studied Foucault and Machiavelli and so on. I think that power, like when we talk about power, especially in an ethical sense, I would say that the most powerful person is the most ethical person. Like the most powerful person is the one that has the most capacity, the most ability to act, but also the most self-determination and self-control. It's not simply about, like, I wouldn't call a drug addict powerful when they, when they give in to their nature, if you will, give in to their desires. I probably shouldn't say nature. Give in to their desires and take the drug that they know is ultimately going to harm them. I would say that was weakness. And that's what we usually talk about when we talk about addiction. It's a weakness. It's something that we need to overcome. And that would be excluded in God because of his omnipotence. And so when we talk about the power of God, like, could God torture puppies? It's like, God couldn't torture puppies because that would lower his power level, man, and it's far too high. He's watched far too many animes to torture puppies.
The strength to do so. So it could be that we're actually like not disagreeing on this point, but I think we would have to tease it out a lot more.
Yeah, I would say it's worth moving on.
There you go, my man.
My man. No. Will Smith.
I was just going to say, I was just going to say, probably a good idea to move, because we're still talking about natural theology. And I was also thinking it might be helpful for the audience to kind of situate what's happened so far, because talking about evil God and how is all this, how is any of this relevant? So basically in their paper, in Ben Page and Dr. Max Baker-Heich's paper, they talk about 3 different areas of symmetry that are sort of required for this challenge to be a sort of successful challenge.
That's actually a really great point. Isn't overcoming the addiction stronger than avoiding the addiction? Yes, but then that's the separation between... Like, I agreed with Alex in saying that God would have the desires, he just would choose not to actualize them. And I think that me and Alex would actually agree on that point. So I think that's fair. And I think that's something that maybe Dr. Max should consider.
And so one of the areas that we're talking about right now is natural theology. Is it just as reasonable to believe on the basis of all of these arguments for God's existence that there's a good God? Is it just as reasonable to believe that there's an evil God, given all of these arguments? So one particular area we've been looking at is the ontological argument. And I think just briefly we can talk about design arguments, because that's the next category that you discuss in the paper. Why don't we discuss that?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
I'd say let's spend maybe like 5 minutes on this or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you'd like to...
I think it's probably best that you take it, actually, Max, because you're the one with the objection.
Yeah, sure. So, we say, I think it would be fair to say tentatively, I don't think this is like a killer objection, but the way I would frame the point is that I think we haven't heard that much, like, we would need like an account of the psychology of the evil God to be filled out a bit more in order to really have a sense of how likely it is that an evil God would want to create life. So, the thought is, like, if on the good God hypothesis, there's a couple of different kind of possible motivations why God would want to create life. And one that we allude to is this idea that goodness is diffusive, which is that, and the idea here is sort of like a good being just wants to create more good stuff.
Well, I think that this is a mistake. I think that when we talk about why God would create life, I think that it's more of an understanding that goodness and good and bad are only present in the subjectivity of beings. And so when God perpetuates, when God creates life, is the existence of something that could, experience good or bad, the perpetuation of good or bad in and of itself? No, I would say that it was the existence of the subjective being until the experience of positive or negative was neutral. And I think that's an important distinction to make. So when God created life, it's not that he's done a good thing or that God or a bad thing. That would be it would be amoral until the point of experience. And I think that's when it becomes a value transaction between the individual and reality, and the consequences of God's actions in the production of being or more beings would ultimately reach an ethical conclusion. And I think that's, so when we talk about whether a God that was evil would produce life, well, it's like a God that was evil or a God that was good may just produce life anyway. It's not until the good or the evil is the circumstances from which the life and the conditions from which the life experience, the conditions in which the subjective individual is placed upon. or placed in. And I think that's the really important thing to take away from this. Not necessarily that life is good. And I think that's like a very Christian take, if I'm honest. That, all life is good. PP talked to Bernardo Kastrup about idealism and veganism. Sure, I don't know who that is, but yeah, absolutely.
And I think the other one is that a good being would want to create creatures to love. So I mean, the thought here is that when we turn to the evil God hypothesis, it's not like it's not that there aren't possible psychological motivations that evil God would have for wanting to create. It's just that I think that there needs to be a more developed account put forward, because like you could think that like a wholly evil psychology would be self-hating. And so if an evil God completely hates himself, or just like hates anything that he brings into being, such that he might just want to destroy it as soon as he's brought it into being, or who knows really. I mean, but the point is like...
like not necessarily. It's not about destruction. So like self-hatred necessarily doesn't imply, self-destruction. Self-hatred may very well imply... self-hatred very well may imply like masochation, like not suicide. So many people attempt, and I would say that it's irrational most of the time, don't get me wrong, except maybe in cases of euthanasia, but most people who attempt to commit suicide do so out of self-love, which is why the Kantian critique of suicide is that, you cannot kill yourself out of self-love, really, that the action itself is self-defeating. And I think that is usually correct, but in the case of an evil God, killing himself may actually be in the case of him being the most evil, self-hating being, may actually be an act of self-love, in the sense that the suicide itself would bring an end to his masochation. And what he wants is to experience as much suffering as possible because of his self-loathing. It's only like a theory, like don't get me wrong, I don't know how well that would necessarily stand up. But then I think that, and then the perpetuation of more beings in which to suffer, and the hatred of those beings and himself would be the maximally wicked and both evil to others and evil to himself thing to do, because it would be an overall rejection of that which would ultimately be the right thing to do. And so yeah, I think that this, I don't, if I'm honest, I think that Max here is wrong.
These things like would need to be ruled out or shown to...
One second. Pete says, I can imagine a tyrant and a good king being equally powerful, yet one is evil and the other is good. So it seems that power and morality is separate. No, I would absolutely disagree. It depends on what you are defining as power. Like what I would define power as is not simply the capacity to act, but the self-determination of the individual who acts. The most powerful person is not simply, like when we talk about the force and the strength of an individual, we aren't talking about simply the magnitude of that force. We are talking about it as if it's a vector. It's magnitude, it's force with direction, right? And as Nietzsche calls it, the discharge of strength against the world, okay? Or the discharge of strength in the world. So when we talk about the will trying to discharge itself, discharge the strength in the world, I would say that the strength of the will, the power of the will, is fundamentally connected with the ethic, which allows it to formulate and express its capacities, its abilities in the greatest way possible. And so the most ethical will would be the strongest will in this respect.
To be
but thanks
less
for your
probable
donation.
than a divine psychology of an evil god that wants to create stuff for the purpose of sustaining it and torturing it.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can spell this out, because bear in mind the point that I would be trying to defend right now is that something like a design argument, like a fine-tuning argument, equally supports a good god as a bad god. My intuition on this is that, yes, you can say that, a good god would have reason to want to create life-permitting universe such that there can be individuals with whom he can share love. But equally, it seems obvious that if there's an evil god who wants to inflict suffering, it seems obviously the case that he'd want to create a world in which there are people, and not just people, but perhaps non-human animals too, that are capable of just suffering. In fact, considering non-human animal life here is instructive, I think, because their lives are almost defined by suffering, like their entire lives. I'm talking about animals in the wild here, not just the animals that we exploit. Their entire lives are a misery. And the question becomes, if you have an evil god, is it at least plausible, or at least is it as plausible as the good god hypothesis?
I think that Alex has a better understanding of ethics, funnily enough, than his debate opponent so far, which I think is very important for this discussion.
But there could be this evil god who wants to inflict some suffering and thinks, you know what, in order to do this, I need to create a world in which there are beings who are capable of feeling suffering and create the conditions in which they regularly do feel suffering. Now, I've got a video on this coming out very soon talking about the nature of suffering. But I think that when you consider just how pervasive suffering is into the living existence of human beings, almost everything that we do is essentially an attempt to avoid suffering. We eat to avoid hunger. We sleep to avoid fatigue. We research to avoid boredom. All of these kind of things. Our entire living existence is an attempt to get rid of this omnipresence of the potentiality for suffering. It's very plausible, I think, to suggest that this is the doing of an evil god who wants us to constantly be under this oppressive force. You ask the question of why wouldn't he just destroy everything if he hates it? Well, I think it's more cruel to create some beings who not only kind of will be destroyed down the line, but know full well they will be. It's like it's not just, hey, I'm going to create you and destroy you. It's like, I'm going to create you, cause you to suffer, give you absolutely no indication as to why you should continue living every single day because your life is defined by pain, and give you the knowledge as well that at the end of it you're going to be destroyed.
That was the most sad boy take I've heard, Alex. Are you okay? That was very, I feel full doomer after that. Are we just born to suffer? Come on, Alex. It's not, I think that it's, I can actually understand entirely that position, but I think that is somewhat cynical.
And that you're going to spend about 80 years of your life here just toiling and struggling and fighting against this suffering
going. Oh my
to
God.
eventually die. That seems to me very
Are you all right, son?
plausibly the work of an evil god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think, I think those are fair points, Alex. But I guess in a sense, this shows the way in which, we're crossing over into the theodicy symmetry here, I would say, because if the data point here is just the existence of conscious life, so you're bringing in the existence of extreme suffering, which obviously is a key data point when we're talking about the debates about God's existence. But I guess at least in the structure of this paper, the point here was just with respect to the data point of consciousness taken in isolation, I guess. So yeah, I'm very happy to grant the points you make about the way in which prima facie the sort of suffering you have mentioned is strong evidence against theism. But yeah, I don't think that detracts again. That still the point is that we in order for the evil god hypothesis to make this stuff probable, we need it to be the case that it's the possibility, the portion of the possibility space, the evil god part of the possibility space that's taken up by divine psychologies where evil god wants to inflict lots of suffering. They need to take up quite a bit of that portion of the probability space as compared with the parts of it where evil god just doesn't want to create anything at all, or wants to just annihilate stuff the moment he brings it into being. So I guess I'd be interested in whether you think there are arguments for thinking an evil god would have the type of psychology, the sort of sadistic psychology, as opposed to the one I described.
I think it would be the case. At least it's plausibly the case. But I would go further and say that I think this would be the case. That were you to be this kind of evil god that we're imagining, I'm kind of trying to imagine what the psychological state of this being might be. I think that by evil god as an analog of good god, we're talking about a kind of maximally evil god here. The question is, which is more evil? A god who kind of sits dormantly and hates himself, or a god who proactively creates subjective experiences that come to experience suffering?
And more so, we would have to say that the evil god had desires to do good, like the good god had desires to do evil, but then only actualized the most evil, the worst of all possible worlds.
I'm not just trying to kind of make this point that, wow, there's so much suffering in the world, this is really bad. What I'm trying to say is that this is what I think we would expect from an evil god, is this attempt to create a world, because an evil god would want there to be catastrophic suffering, and the only way to bring about the existence of catastrophic suffering is first to bring about the existence of conscious creatures. The existence of catastrophic suffering is predicated on the existence of conscious creatures. Therefore, if a maximally evil god, if we can take that to mean a god who wants to cause maximally catastrophic suffering, that necessitates the existence of conscious creatures, and therefore a finely tuned universe. And so the finely tuned universe can be used as evidence in favor of this evil god.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I guess, as I said, I don't think the point we were trying to make here was all that forceful. I think it was more a request for more of a filling out of why we should think the evil god would have this particular psychology. Again, because I think if we think about the types of desires that this being would have, it seems to me that it could just as easily be the case that the evil god has such twisted desires that it isn't able to sustain the desire to create anything apart from itself. It's so kind of turned in upon itself and sort of self-hating. All I'm saying is I think that's a plausible model for what a divine psychology of a wholly evil being would look like.
Yeah, but then, of course, the question that we're addressing here is like the comparative plausibility of good God and evil God. I mean, I could just as easily say...
And I think that what I think we need to bring it back to is this is an absolute once again. So the idea behind this is that it would be absolutely the worst of all possible wills, like it would be the most evil will imaginable. And so one of the things that Hegel even talks about is that evil can disguise itself as good and so on. So they would may even have religion and everything in the worst of all possible worlds in order to give them the hope. In the words of Bain, there can be no true. I can't. What was it? There can be no true suffering without hope. I can't do a good Bain. I used to do a good Bain. But yeah, you can't really suffer without the hope that there is going to be something better, and then have it crushed in front of you. It's made all the worse. And that, I think that this is again a point in for Alex. And I think that also when we look at trying to understand the psychology of the evil God, have we not made the mistake when we talk about this absolute, right? We're talking about this absolute. We don't understand the psychology of a good God. Or why would we understand the psychology of an evil God? One of the most famous famous takes is do not what's the take? It's it's a very famous saying. It's do not assume the mind of God. I can't remember the exact saying, but it's essentially do not assume the mind of God. So genuinely, you don't ever know what is going on in terms of the perfect will, because your will is incapable of conceiving of perfection. And so God would be the only one that would be capable of understanding itself, which is why in certain theodicies, you get God, actually it's not theodicy, but you get God and you get the Godhead. And the only thing that we can discuss is actually our relationship with God, and that's what God is, and the Godhead, the actual being itself, goes beyond our comprehension. And I think that this is what we'd have to describe in this scenario: that the evil God, all we could describe would be our relationship with the evil God.
Say something like, well, an all-loving God would want to kind of avoid the complications of suffering. It's not. Although Christians.
Holy crap! Wasn't that a real Bain speaking right now?
Human beings is a good thing because it allows them to kind of love God. They don't usually lament the fact that there aren't more human beings. They're not going around saying, "Oh, it's awful that there aren't 10 billion human beings on the planet," because they were never born, they were never created. It's not like a tragedy that they don't exist to love God. And I could say that, well, a maximally loving God, when there's no humans already existent, might say that because they don't exist yet, it's not like a bad thing. Nobody's missing out. Mm-hmm. And by bringing them into existence, sure, I'd be able to kind of allow them to love me, but it would also require a lot of suffering. So a maximally good God would try to avoid that by just, keeping all the love to himself. Now, the Christian will want to turn around and say, well, no, I mean, come on, you can see why a loving God would want other conscious creatures to kind of share that love with. What I'm saying is that it's equally plausible to respond in the same way to what you're saying and say, well, come on, it's easy to see why a maximally evil God would want to bring about other conscious creatures to inflict suffering upon. I'm not trying to say that this is even plausible. I'm just trying to say it's as plausible as the good God hypothesis.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. Yeah.
Okay, well, because that's my intuition there on the natural theology symmetry. But as you say, it's not necessarily.
Should I debate Alex on this? I feel like I think I can do a really good. I think I can do this. I think I can really get Alex on this one. I want to debate Alex on this.
The most important part of the paper. So maybe we can, because I chose the first. Why don't we move on to potentially what you think is the more important
symmetry? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes.
This Chinese street artist. I really need premium.
Yeah. So I don't know how you want to approach it. Well, maybe I'll just kind of.
The Godhead is a good band name.
So set it up. But I just got a quick question. Did you want to talk about the theodicy part? Is that coming later?
Yeah, I need a debate.
The symmetry of theodicies.
I certainly happily will. But I'm kind of easy to see where the conversation goes.
Okay. Well, why don't we take 15 minutes, talk about the intrinsic, and then we'll move to theodicies eventually. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, so take it away, Max.
Thank you. Yeah. The way we set this up is basically to say that there are a number of kind of metaphysical theses about the relationship between God and goodness that, you know, if like we don't need any one of them to be true, but it's just that there's quite a lot of these theses, and it's plausible that like at least some of them are true, and that if any of these are true,
Donald, I don't think I will do a part 2 with Darth Dawkins on this, for reasons I can't explain. Maybe because I am not the evil god and trying to actualize the worst of all possible worlds, and that would genuinely bring far too much suffering in the world to be justified.
Torture puppies for fun. And if it looks like if you say no, then you're denying God's omnipotence, right? But actually, I think if you take Wielenberg's definition of omnipotence, then the reason that God can't torture puppies for fun is not that God lacks power or strength to be able to do that. It's that God has a moral nature such that he would never want to do that. So it is within God's power to do that. Well, sorry, let's take out the word moral nature because that's sort of what's at issue here. But let's just say God never wants to torture puppies for fun, even though he has the power and the strength to do so. So it could be that we're actually like not disagreeing on this point, but I think we would have to tease it out a lot more.
Yeah, I would say it's worth moving on.
I was just going to say, probably a good idea to because we're still talking about natural theology. And I was also thinking it might be helpful for the audience to kind of situate what's happened so far, because talking about evil God and how is all this, how is any of this relevant? So basically in their paper, in Ben Page and Dr. Max Baker-Heisch's paper, they talk about 3 different areas of symmetry that are sort of required for this challenge to be a sort of successful challenge. And so one of the areas that we're talking about right now is natural theology. Is it just as reasonable to believe on the basis of all of these arguments for God's existence that there's a good God? Is it just as reasonable to believe there's an evil God given all of these arguments? So one particular area we've been looking at is the ontological argument. And I think just briefly we can talk about design arguments because that's the next category that you discuss in the paper. So yeah, why don't we discuss that?
Yeah, sure.
So I said spend maybe like 5 minutes on this or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's probably best that you take it actually, Max, because you're the one with the objection.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, we say, I think it would be fair to say tentatively, I don't think this is like a killer objection, but the way I would frame the point is that I think we haven't heard that much, like, we would need like an account of the psychology of the evil God to be filled out a bit more in order to really have a sense of how likely it is that an evil God would want to create life. So, I mean, the thought is like, if on the good God hypothesis, there's a couple of different kind of possible motivations why God would want to create life. And one that we allude to is this idea that goodness is diffusive, which is that, and the idea here is sort of like a good being just wants to create more good stuff. And
has this went back?
Something like a design argument, like a fine-tuning argument, equally supports a good God as a bad God. My intuition on this is that, yes, you can say that, a good God would have reason to want to create life-permitting universe such that there can be individuals with whom he can share love. But equally, it seems obvious that if there's an evil God who wants to inflict suffering, it seems obviously the case that he wants to create a world in which there are people, and not just people, but perhaps non-human animals too, that are capable of just suffering. In fact, considering it's very plausible, I think, to suggest that this is the doing of an evil God who wants us to constantly be under this oppressive force. You ask the question of why wouldn't he just destroy everything if he hates it? Well, I think it's more cruel to create some beings who not only kind of will be destroyed down the line, but know full well they will be. It's like it's not just hate.
The way in which prima facie, like the sort of suffering you have mentioned, is like strong evidence against theism. But yeah, I don't think that detracts again. That like still the point is that we like in order for the evil God hypothesis to make this stuff probable, like we need it to be the case that it's the possibility.
Yeah, I thought I went back there.
Portion of the possibility space, the evil God part of the possibility space that's taken up by divine psychologies where evil God wants to inflict lots of suffering. They need to take up like quite a bit of that portion of the probability space as compared with the parts of it where evil God just like doesn't want to create anything at all, or wants to like just annihilate stuff the moment he brings it into being. So I guess I'd be interested in whether you think there are arguments for thinking an evil God would have the type of psychology, the sort of sadistic psychology, as opposed to the one I described.
I think it would be the case. At least it's plausibly the case. But I would go further and say that I think this would be the case, that were you to be this kind of evil God that we're imagining, and kind of trying to imagine what the psychological state of this being might be, I think that by evil God as a symmetry, but as you say, it's not necessarily the most important part. So maybe we can, because I chose first, why don't we move on to potentially what you think is the more important
symmetry? Yep. Yes. Yeah. So I don't know how you want to approach it. Well, maybe I'll just kind of set this up for a minute there.
So far, I genuinely think Alex is winning here. I think Alex is wrong, but I think Alex is winning here. I mean, if you call it winning or losing, I guess. I mean, at the end of the day, it's an interesting conversation. I just think that Alex's points have been stronger. Stronger than Dr. Max here. Sorry, man.
So yeah, set it up, but I just got a quick question. Did you want to talk about the theodicy part? Is that coming later? The symmetry of theodicies?
I certainly happily will, but I'm kind of easy to see where the conversation goes.
Okay, well, why don't we take 15 minutes, talk about the intrinsic, and then we'll move to theodicies eventually. We'll see.
Okay, so the way, thank you. Yeah, the way we set this up is basically to say that there are a number of kind of metaphysical theses about the relationship between God and goodness. That if like we don't need any one of them to be true, but it's just that there's quite a lot of these theses, and it's plausible that like at least some of them are true. And that if any of these are true, then it's hard to see how these theses would be compatible with the hypothesis of an evil God. whereas they are compatible with the hypothesis of a good God. And the way we kind of put this is that the more of these metaphysical theses that we can find that are sort of they're not symmetrical. That's to say, they are they're at least more in tension with the evil God than they are with the good God. And the more such theses we can find, the more the sort of intrinsic coherence of the evil God is the plausibility that it is intrinsically coherent is diminished. So I mean, in terms of what those theses are, there are kind of well, one is a view about what the ontology of evil is. So what's known as the privation theory of evil, and I won't kind of go into each of these. I'll sort of let Alex decide which ones he wants to focus on. So yeah, we talk about the privation theory of evil. Not to say that either of us is committed to that, but that the sort of like portion, if you want to put it in this way, the portion of the possibility space which is taken up by the privation theory is then kind of closed. Like the evil God hypothesis can't be true in that portion of the possibility space, whereas the good God hypothesis can. And the more kind of portions of the probability space that are closed off to the evil God hypothesis, and yet are not closed off to the good God hypothesis, the more the sort of intrinsic plausibility of the evil God hypothesis is squeezed out. We also.
I don't know if I actually agree with what he's saying here. So, from what I understand, Dr. Max Baker Heitich is saying that the plausibility of an evil God and a good God may not be equal in terms of possibility, and so the understanding of God being evil is then less probable than the one of God being good. In terms of the applicability to how many theodicies basically encompasses it, and in terms of how many possible worlds this being is more likely to how likely this is to be a possible world actualized by an absolutely evil God, because the actualized world would always have to be the worst of all possible worlds. And so if you can establish that this isn't the worst of all possible worlds, then, or least likely to be, or less likely to be than the best of all possible worlds, then you've pushed the evil God hypothesis, out for the most part. I guess the issue is that sounds to me very much like also having the capacity to establish that this is the best of all possible worlds. And so in reality, I think that you've got to show that not only do the theodicies actually, encompass, are supportive of a good God more to a greater degree, but you also need to consider that there could be other theodicies supportive of a negative God that maybe haven't been discussed. I just don't see how necessarily you would argue for this, because in reality we're looking for the intention of God. In reality, we're like, look, well, like the mind of God is established within the actualized reality of the world. Like God's intention was good or bad, and I think that it somewhat misses the point. I don't know.
Also talk about like different views of the relationship between God and goodness, and we sort of sketch out 4 views that are out there, and we suggest that 3 out of those 4 don't sit very well with the evil God hypothesis, whereas they're all compatible with the good God hypothesis. And then we also talk about the thesis of internalism about moral motivation, which is basically the idea that you can't kind of sort of have an all things considered desire for something unless you think that thing is a good thing. And we argue that thesis combined with divine omniscience means that God can never desire that which is evil. So yeah, I guess let you take your pick, Alex, as to what you want to focus on.
See, I think that's more legit. Like, at least there, I think he's got a good point there, that God could not desire that which was evil, because ultimately it would be essentially a hindrance to God. Like, it would you wouldn't be able to act in the world. And I agree. I think that if you become evil, then you become essentially constrained and lost in your own desires. But then I think that the alternative way of understanding evil in this is not simply to fall into absurdism, but to embrace the absurdity almost, and just engage the will in every way, shape, or form, and actualize upon whatever desire that genuinely manifests. And this would be maybe an argument that an evil God would produce chaos, rather than an evil God would, and maybe that would be incapable of producing an ordered reality, and so would be incapable of fine-tuning. That might be an argument, I think, a solid argument, to be entirely honest with you. So I want to hear that. I think that'd be really good.
I think it'd be helpful to begin with the privation theory of evil, and it can get a bit complicated. The reason I think we should do this is because, for instance, talking about whether or not an omniscient being will always desire good kind of requires an analysis of what good is in a way. And so bringing up the privation theory of evil, the reason that you bring it up in the paper, as far as I can understand, is to say that if evil is just a privation of good, that is, good is the positive, affirmative feature, and all evil is just an absence of that thing, then there can't be a maximally evil God, right? Because they can't, it's not actually an ontological property, badness. It's a lack of a property, and so you can't have a maximally evil God.
Yeah, or that you couldn't have because evil is not sort of ontologically primitive. It is parasitic on good. That you couldn't have an ontologically ultimate evil or evil being.
Now, I find this kind of strange to get our heads around. Like, I'm trying to think of an analogy here, like how we can imagine something like the property of bluelessness. And bluelessness is the kind of it's not a property at all. It's the lack of a property of blueness. So, like, my mobile phone is blueless because it doesn't have blue on it. And we can imagine a being which, kind of to the highest extent that it can, doesn't have blueness. That is, it contains no blueness, right? And we can imagine blueness as just a privation of blue, but it doesn't exclude our ability to describe a being as blueless or maximally blueless, or kind of blueless to the maximal extent, which is to say contains no blue. In the same way, evil is a privation of good. We can still envision an omnipotent, omniscient being, bearing in mind there is a separate argument to say this couldn't be the case, but putting that on the shelf for a moment, you can still imagine a being who shares all of the properties of God, except doesn't have this property of goodness.
So, I mean, I think the way that the version of privation theory that we go for is the idea that goodness is a sort of it's like a second order property. So it's like to be good is to do something well, and so.
I think that's the clever way to do it. That like you want to establish good in an ethical sense, not a moral noun, and not as a moral noun. You don't want to talk about good as an object. You want to talk about good in relation to action, that which is like proficient and an expression of power, that which is genuinely a manifestation of the will. That's the better way to go around the definition of good.
The idea is, so the idea is that you don't have just things that are good as such, but you have like cups which are good cups, cars which are good cars, and so on. Which is to say they fulfill their function to the max.
There we go. There's a bit of McIntyre for everyone. There's a bit of McIntyre. I am an agnostic Ludwig Slot.
A sort of maximal degree. So I guess the idea is to say that you can't have a being who is maximally to have a being who's to say you can't have a being who is maximally evil is to say that you can't have a being who sort of maximally fails to fulfill the function which is proper to it. That's maybe not the best way to spell it out. I think the thought is so in general, privation theories want to say that evil is sort of always a distortion of a good thing, right? So that I don't know, cruelty is a distortion of certain character traits, certain abilities that are able to be used for good things. That rape is a perversion of sex, and so on. The thought is that you, in order to have an evil being, you would need to have something good that the evil is parasitic upon, and I think that's probably the better way to put it. That the reason you can't have an ontologically ultimate being who is sort of the max of a thing that is parasitic upon something else. That's kind of the thought, I think.
I think what you have to really establish is that the will is always willing that which is good, and you have to go down the Socratic argument, really, that everyone is trying to do good, and then evil itself is the failure, is a fault in the individual, rather than someone actually engaging in a function which is which is actually the manifestation of the end, that they're actually trying to achieve something undesirable, that they which is definitionally impossible, but they'd have to be a function which was trying to achieve that which was the most undesirable circumstance, which was obviously, I think, then his argument in terms of the likelihood of action within the psychology of that God, which I think is actually a really great point.
Right. We need to kind of potentially impress here that this privation theory of good doesn't just say that in kind of most cases of evil, what we're actually dealing with is just a kind of distortion of good. What it says is that all cases of evil, all of them, are actually parasitic on good. That's what's going on. So we're bearing in mind, bearing in mind for the audience's sake there, I'm sure that you have borne this in mind yourself, that there are exact opposite competing theories of the nature of goodness and evil. Arthur Schopenhauer probably most famously argues that in fact he knows of no greater absurdity than this idea propounded by most philosophers that that good is the positive thing and evil and suffering is the kind of negative, distortive thing. He thinks that suffering is the thing that makes itself present. Suffering is the one thing that's undeniable. It's the thing that we all kind of experience without having to be told that we're experiencing it. And that most instances of goodness, or what a secular person might call pleasure, or whatever, are actually instances of cessations of that suffering, of that bad thing, right? So as I said earlier, like how we might talk about the good of hunger. I mean, you can say that the badness of starvation is like a perversion of eating or fullness or something. But that doesn't seem right. It seems more appropriate to say that being full, that eating, is a kind of negation of your hunger, is a cessation of your hunger. And in a world in which suffering is the kind of positive desired thing by a god, eating would be the perversion of the desired end of starvation.
See, this is the thing. The desired thing, regardless of how you take it, would then be the lack of suffering. Because suffering is an action-urging process which seeks its elimination. So, like, you desire not to suffer, by definition, it's negative. You seek to flee from it. So, even if you agree with the Schopenhauerian definition here, Alex, you still, then God wouldn't have created life. Because you would have sought to remove suffering to the greatest degree, not actualize upon it.
What that means. You can just as easily claim an ontological primacy of evil or badness, to which goodness is parasitical. And again,
I think you'd have to say, really, what you have to say is that evil is a form of bad faith. That evil is the desire to be as least free as possible. Or that evil would be the denial of one's function. So the function of the creator would have to be the denial of the function of the creator. I think if maybe almost like a Freudian death drive being actualized inside of this like omnipotent being or something. I don't know. I don't know how to like psychologically understand that, to be entirely honest with you. You'd have to have like a god that was like genuinely trying to produce an outcome which it knew it didn't want. And I think that you'd have to have some sort of you'd have to show that not only does it desire, it would have to fundamentally reject its own evaluations of reality, and that would be the evil in it. And I think that's possible if we define the god as maximally evil but not omnipotent. And that's why I think that we need to talk about whether it would meet the definitions of being a god. Could God be maximally evil and omnipotent? I think that the devil, like Satan, maximally evil but not omnipotent, makes sense. If anything, it makes sense that he's the second lowest power point, because if God is omnipotent and the devil is like was it the left hand of God or whatever, the way that like Lucifer was supposed to be one of the most powerful angels, essentially, that makes more sense, because then his evil would be actualized to the greatest overall possible degree because it's not omnipotence. But then that would make sense in terms of the devil. But you couldn't have a god that was evil, if you're following.
I don't even need to claim that this is true. I just need to claim that this is as plausible as the opposing theory. And do you think there's a problem with that kind of view of badness as ontologically prior to goodness?
So, like, I don't know. I mean, I think that this. So this is probably going to depend on whether you think that like being itself is a good thing.
I would agree. The function of a creator. I think that you wouldn't be able to give a function of a creator through nature necessarily. I think you'd only have to say that it was self-determination. And self-determination would have to be understand. I guess this is the thing. Like, whether any of these terms are actually. I mean, I think that knowledge of God in this scenario is absolutely impossible. Absolute knowledge of God. But then, if the function, that's actually a really great point. Homeless engineer. That's actually a really solid point. Like, how would we know the essence of the God or the foundational metaphysical like foundation of the God enough to even be able to say that? And I think that's actually so. And I think that the point is when we talk about good and evil, it's already in reference to a will. And so if we talk about the existence of a will, the existence of the will is self-determination. It is freedom. It is the movement towards that which is, that which is the most, actual expression of right. But then, obviously, it's whether that we could attribute the concept of good and bad and will in the first place to God, or whether its perfection would go beyond human conceptualization as a whole, which I think is essentially the point I would take as an agnostic. I'd just say, like, all of this is fundamentally pointless because none of this can be attributable to the divine. You know what I mean? Like, we are talking in words and none of these words fit.
So I think if you think that, then you're going to think that, like, the view that goodness has ontological primacy is superior to the one that says evil has ontological primacy. So, like, I think I agree with you that, like, whichever theory you go for, like, you have, the one that says evil is ontologically primitive or the one that says goodness is ontologically primitive, you always are going to have some uncomfortable examples that are, like, so, like, I mean, the classic one for the privation theory of evil is, like, how, a lot of people want to say that pain is just intrinsically bad, right? And I find that somewhat plausible. And so you have to have a story about what is it that pain is a perversion of. And I think, it might be Stuart Gertz or someone like that says that, that it's a perversion of, like, peace or something like that. And I'm not sure how plausible that is. But I think you'll also find that for the privation theory of good, that says that evil is primitive, that you'll also have, like, uncomfortable examples where it seems like, more of a stretch. So like, I think, but I think that if you think that just sheer existence is a good thing, that might give the edge to the privation theory of evil.
Okay, but there's something important here that I think is going.
Then I would say you'd have to establish an argument for the goodness of existence. And I don't think that can be done metaphysically at all, primarily because of the arguments I just talked about, but also because I think that to go prior to existence is to construct a law, construct an object, which it would to be explained, like, beforehand as being prior to its own construction. It doesn't really make sense.
Going unnoticed, which is that to defend your thesis, not that you're committed to this, but the kind of shoes you're filling at the moment of the privation theory of good, as I said earlier, as I clarified, you need to show that all instances of evil are actually a privation of good, not just some, but that every single time we call something evil, we actually just mean that it's a privation of good. For me to say that this is inaccurate, I don't necessarily need to claim, as far as I can see, the exact opposite. I don't need to say that all goodness is a privation of evil. I could say, perhaps, for instance, that you're right, there are some cases in which it seems that that this particular evil is best described as a privation of this good. And there are some situations in this particular good is best described as a privation of that kind of evil. But if that's the case, if that's accurate, let's say that becomes my position. I say, okay, so sometimes, an evil is...
Look, like what Max needs to do here is call into question Schopenhauer. Because Schopenhauer was the will as the world as will and idea, right? If the world is will and idea, then what is will, and will, the function of will is X, and it is to seek that which is most desirable, and that which is most desirable is that which is most that which is, like, good, that which is, like, what we would be synonymous with good, most the expression of its function, and take it from there. And it would that which would expresses, like, the universals to the greatest overall possible degree. And so the production of other wills, so the production of other minds, fundamentally construes and undermines this ability to act within the world. And I think that's kind of it really has to be Hegel versus Schopenhauer here. That's what we need. And I think that unless you're willing to go down that absolute continental, I think I'm actually supposed to be debating someone on, like, whether Hegel was right, and I think he likes Schopenhauer, but it's actually it has to be that like head to head, that Schopenhauer versus Hegel, that idealist, that subjective versus objective idealism fight.
It's actually best described as this privation of good. Sometimes the good is best described as a privation of evil. That's fine. That doesn't run me into any problems. It's only a problem for the person who is committed to the view that all instances of either good or evil are privations of evil, which is that I'm not.
I'm not really committed to it either, but I think the thing we were trying to do in the paper was to try and say that, like, so the thesis that that all good is a privation of evil, if that is, the symmetry basically is maintained if those two theses, like, they might be in the possibility space, they might only occupy, like, 10% at either end, right? But if the thought would be, like, if you can show that the privation theory of good is a little bit more plausible than the privation theory of evil, sorry, the other way around, if you can show that the privation theory of evil is a little bit more plausible than the privation theory of good, then you've broken the asymmetry to an extent, right? That's the thought there.
All right, we should be back. I really apologize about that. This is now I think it's the third time that this has happened, so I've got to really reach out to Ecamm, the people that use the software. And good news is that I can cut this part out afterwards. So why don't we turn back to what you were saying, Max? You just basically handed it back over to Alex. So why don't you, just to reorient the audience, why don't you just sort of reiterate what you just said, and then we'll pass it over to Alex.
Yeah, no, thanks, Alex. So yeah, I was saying I'm not really that committed to the privation theory of evil either, but the main point for the paper was to try and say, like, suppose that the privation theory of evil and the privation theory of good sort of occupy portions of the possibility space, like either end. Now, if the way to maintain the symmetry, right, for this part of the paper, you would need to try and show that the privation theory of good and the privation theory of evil get sort of roughly equal portions of the possibility space, like maybe 10% each. And so my point was just that I agree with you. Like you can always, like, the person who wants to maintain either complete theory, like, has to show that all examples of evil are, perversions of good, or vice versa, which I agree is like a tough thing to do. But like one of them, the privation theory of evil would have a slight edge, might have like 15% as opposed to 10%, if it's the case that like sheer existence is a good thing, which is like a thesis that quite a lot of philosophers think is plausible.
Yeah, I don't think I would buy that it actually grants more plausibility, or how can I put this? I'm not actually sure that that's even a plausible position. I think it really depends on who you ask. It's very easy for us to kind of say that, yeah, I can see why existence is generally a good thing, if I didn't exist. And again, we have to be careful here. Like, we're not talking about existence being good because it facilitates good. It's not like existing is good because it means that you're able to do all these good things. We're kind of saying that existence itself is just an intrinsically good thing in itself. I don't know if there's a very good way to ground that view without already presupposing that there's some kind of good God who wants this to be the purpose of life, who kind of...
And I think that this is fundamentally contradictory to his position and function in the first place, and good being a second-order property in relation to an object, because how can existence itself be good when the description of goodness is dependent upon existence? Like, you're already contradicting yourself. You can't hold this position at all.
It kind of gives this intrinsic meaning to life such that it is intrinsically good. I think without presupposing that, there's not a very easy way to defend this hypothesis that this, at least as far as I can see, neutral thing of existing is good in itself. And what exactly do we mean? Do we mean the existence of conscious minds? Do we mean the existence of sentient minds? Do we mean the existence of free creatures? We clearly don't mean the existence of something like a rock. We wouldn't say that existence for the rock is good in its own sake. It's not what we mean. So maybe we mean that it's something that's conscious. We can have something that's conscious but isn't free. And maybe if it's not free, it doesn't have the same kind of goodness or something. It's like, I'm not quite sure where we would actually put this, but I would also say that there are plenty of human beings on planet Earth who wouldn't hesitate to say that the fact that they exist is a net negative and that they'd rather they didn't. If you can't imagine people in that situation, then we're simply not trying hard enough. Such that maybe I could grant that for some people existence is a good thing, but I certainly wouldn't universalize it, and I certainly wouldn't say that we have good enough reason to assert it with such confidence that it can actually sway the swing of plausibility in our discussion here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's a controversial thesis, like the claim that goodness. I mean, obviously, what you're pointing to is that lots of people on planet Earth suffer a great deal, and so like they're not going to say that their existence is a good thing. But yeah, I mean, the question here is like, is just sheer existence, and yeah, maybe by that we might just mean like conscious existence, qualia, or something like that. So yeah, I agree. I mean, it's a controversial thesis. Like I do, like as I said, I mean, there are quite a lot of people who would affirm it, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sort of super wedded to it.
Well, let's remind. So would you? I just wanted to essentially conclude this section. It seems like we basically agree. I just want to remind the audience of my task here, which is just to kind of argue for the equal plausibility of these views. Now, Max has said, it could be the case. Some people believe that existence is kind of just by virtue of existence a good thing, and that would sway us in favor of saying that maybe the good God hypothesis is more plausible. I could just assert with the same kind of backing that some people would say that existence is a bad thing, or even less strongly, I could just say, well, some people would assert that existence is a neutral thing that has no intrinsic goodness or badness.
And that would be me. And I would even say like the point is that existence would have to be it would have to be prior to ethics. I would say that by definition, really. And I would also say that when we understand the way in which we talk about subjectivity, suffering, pain and suffering, or pleasure and goodness, these are in a dichotomy, and so they imply a spectrum of evaluative processes which allows the distinguishment of positive and negative, regardless of the actual values that are being instantiated. There would need to be some form of dichotomy in the existence of a subjective being so that we could talk about something being good or less good, even if it's a privation. There would have to be a scale, and I would say that's also definitionally the case. There would have to be what would in terms of being a determinate feature of reality, it would have to contain the property of not being something else for it to be distinguishable from reality in its totality, if any of that made sense to non-continental thinkers in the chat.
And whereas in order for your objection to actually function as an objection to the evil God challenge, Max, I think you have to actually argue that this is the case. I just have to argue that it's plausibly not the case, right? I don't need to argue that it's actually more likely that existence is a bad thing. I can just say until we've actually been provided with good reason to think that existence is a good thing in and of itself, to the extent that I can't just come along and say, well, some people think that it's bad in and of itself, some people think that it's neutral in and of itself, we're left exactly where we started, which is in a situation of equal plausibility for both views, which is exactly the view that I'm trying to defend.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair enough, Alex. I mean, I think, as I said, the task that we set ourselves in this part of the paper was to try and show that there are a bunch of theses, and none of which, either of us are especially wedded to, that, if even one of them was true, it would create an asymmetry, right? So the privation theory of good is probably one I'm less wedded to than Ben Page's. But yeah, the general thought is we sort of throw out a bunch of metaphysical theses about the relationship between God and goodness, which are such that if even just one of them is true, then it's in tension with the evil God hypothesis, and yet not in tension with the good God hypothesis.
So Max, what I'd like to do is actually, which of these asymmetries are you wedded to that we can kind of dig our teeth into here?
Well, why don't we talk about the relationship between God and moral truths? So what we do here is we basically say there are 4 different views of God's relationship to goodness, and 3 of these we think don't really work for the evil God hypothesis, whereas all 4 of them do work for the good God hypothesis, and they are what we call the Thomistic view, which is basically where goodness and evil consist in the things fulfilling and deviating from its proper function, respectively, and that the God-given natures of things determine what's proper for them. So we suggest that doesn't, because that's sort of that kind of natural law view basically sort of entails the privation theory of evil, that we argue that doesn't really fit so well with the evil God hypothesis. The Occamist view is the sort of the view that basically good just consists in, good is established by whatever God wills, so that which God wills is good, just in virtue of God's willing it.
Well, I think you could have the will which wills against itself as being evil, and being the ration and being the it would be irrational, but the self-destructive, the self-destructive will, and I think that would be like Satan, and I think that's possible. I think that the only issue is that, in terms of evil being a thing, I think that natural law doesn't necessarily preclude the privation of good. You could have the existence of evil, that evil which actively chooses and admires its own irrationality. Arguably, I think that you would have to say that, obviously, that the instantiation, it would be irrational, and it would be the irony of the subjective, in the words of Hegel. But I think that's exactly what it would be. I think that it would lack omniscience and omnipotence, but it would be but it would be the worst of all possible outcomes. I wouldn't call it God. I would say that's closer to Satan or something like that in terms of a mythological creature, and it probably could be understood to a much greater degree, to be entirely honest with you, because of its lack of perfection in that respect. Because essentially the foundation of, because it's built off a second order property rather than the first order. So if you could take that power and will, the perfect will would be God, and so what you're talking about is an absolute. It's a foundational concept. If we take something like if we take the let's say the maximally worst being possible, the existence of that being is predicated upon a contingent concept, the contingency of it being already a will, actively trying to go against its own function. And so we could gain an understanding of its function, we could gain an understanding of its psychology, and then understand whether that be that being in a much greater degree. When if it was something like God, it's beyond an absolute, it's perfect in and of itself.
And the problem with trying to square this with an evil God hypothesis is that whatever evil thing, whatever we would call evil, desires that the evil God has, would be on this view good, just in virtue of God's willing them. Then there's what we call the Augustinian view, which holds that God's kind of nature or character is the paradigm of goodness. And so again, on this view, however sort of perverse God's character was from our point of view, it would nonetheless count as good, insofar as just whatever God's character is kind of the yardstick of goodness. And so that just leaves one view, which is compatible with the evil God view, which is the one where there basically isn't any kind of dependence relationship between God and the ontological nature of goodness, what we call the Platonist view. And so, yeah, so just again, in virtue of the fact that you've got more views which are compatible with the good God hypothesis than the evil God hypothesis, I don't need to sort of stake my claim to any one of those, for it to be the case that that just sort of, as long as those other 3 views, which are more difficult to square with the evil God hypothesis, have a non-negligible part of the probability space, then that squeezes the amount of the probability space that can be given to the evil God hypothesis.
I think that it's strange to talk about probability space in relation to views and say look, well, God could be A, B, or C, And so this means that, God D is less probable. And it's like, well, not necessarily. If you're a Platonist, then you would say that, in this case, you'd say that God A, B, and C, or you've described the smallest minority of the probability space as you've described it. And so what you've actually, all that you've actually done is established that all you've actually done is, essentially segmented the probability space between that which is more likely, which the Platonist would argue, and that which is less likely. And the more likely option would be the evil god in this case, and the less likely option be the good god. Now, if you're saying that equally is as plausible, and that if we say that equally is plausible, then it depends on obviously which theory we're already accepting. And so, like, you say, like, oh, it's not equally as plausible on this one, it's not equally as plausible on this one, it's not equally as plausible on this one, but it's equally plausible on this Platonic view of God. Well, then that doesn't necessarily imply a squeeze in overall probability. It really depends upon the instantiation of each one of those theories in the first place, rather than an overall arcing position between those theories. Like, I don't think you can have a meta level which judges the truth of something dependent upon how many arguments exist in favor or against. It's more about the evidence of those arguments in the first place, if you understand. I think that it's a very strange position to take.
Yeah, lots to talk about. Let's begin at the beginning with the Thomistic view of goodness, with good kind of meaning something akin to proper, right? There are good tables. A good table is one that, holds things up. I have a prop here. It's a book. A good book is a book that, for instance, opens.
Thomistic view. Yes, we'll say Thomistic view. Definitely not Aristotelian view. Thomistic view. Well, I guess, McIntyre calls Thomas Aquinas a better Aristotle than Aristotle.
Right? So we'd say that a book that doesn't open, stuck together or something, is a bad book, right? That's kind of what we mean here?
Yeah, right, sorry, you're asking for me to say yes or no.
Yeah, just make sure that
a book that doesn't open is a bad book, yeah.
It's a bad book on this view. We're talking about kind of functionality. My issue with this is that, look, I mean, what this view does is it means that good and evil are no longer antonyms. They're no longer kind of the opposite thing to each other. Because, if the book opens, it's a good book. If it doesn't open, it's a bad book. It's not an evil book, right? Like, what we do is we separate this concept of badness and evil, such that I can simply say that the proper function of God is to be evil, and therefore God is actually maximally evil, even if he's maximally good, because to be maximally good is to be maximally evil. And what we then do is we reframe the challenge to now, instead of talking about good God and evil God, we can talk about, say, loving God and malicious God. The Christian wants to defend the existence of a loving God, right? Of a God who isn't hateful, who isn't malicious, who isn't spiteful. I could say, and this is granting, by the way.
I think this is fair enough. I think he's proposing that the function of a God could be evil, but I would disagree with that. I think that, especially since he's taken the idea that good and bad are essentially, in terms of acting, the expression, I would like to think that he is anyway, the expression of the will. I mean, he's talking about second order properties, but if we take it as the expression of will, and that's what we take it as, then I would say that then we can't say that the good God is the maximally evil God, like, the best God, the most powerful God is the maximally evil God. Because of the expression of will, it wouldn't be the enactment of selfish desires, it would be the enactment of desire, and the existence of desires which were encompassed within essentially the function of God would include the function of us being the universal in terms of action. So when we understand how we ought to behave in the world, I would say that it's built upon universals, categoricals. And so if we include God's will as the ultimate perfect will, and so engages to express itself, it would do so in a way that expresses all will in the greatest overall possible degree, which is why I would say that God creates the best of all possible worlds. Omnipotence implies omniscience. If we take it to be something other than, like, if we presuppose some sort of essence before the existence of God, then yeah, we have a problem. But then I'd say, like, this is a problem for the theists. And obviously, I think that's what Alex is doing here. He's not necessarily saying like, this is the case. He's saying, like, look, this argument, fundamentally, if you presuppose an essence before existence, could lead to this conclusion. but then you have to tell me why I can't presuppose negative rather than positive. And I think that you have to do that in relation to what ethics means. And I think that's where like me and Alex would maybe debate in this.
That this theory of goodness does kind of entail an incoherence for evil God hypothesis, which I don't think it does, but let's just say that it does. But I can simply say that, okay, I'll give it to you, sure, there can only be a maximally good God and not a maximally bad God. But I will just assert that the good God may be an evil God, because perhaps God's proper function is malice, is hatred, is the causing of suffering. And therefore, yeah, you can technically say, well, because that's God's proper function, it's technically still a good God and I win. That's clearly not what the Christian would want to defend. The Christian would want to defend a God who's not malicious, who's not hateful, who is loving. And so yeah, like, you see the problem that I'm raising here by saying that this theory of good and bad means that badness doesn't actually mean evil anymore?
Yeah, I do see. Well, I guess so, Alex. I mean, I think though, like I sort of feel like that's I don't think that does necessarily like do the trick, in the sense of like I thought the point of this was to say that God is like evil in an objective sense. Like what? So the problem is like, and I think you could do a similar type of move with respect to the Occamist view, right? Or probably the Augustinian one as well. You can say, well, God is like really malicious, but he's nonetheless good, like according to the theory. But yeah, I guess I thought the point of the evil God challenge was to defend, or not defend, but like claim that there's equal plausibility to the hypothesis of a being who is objectively morally evil.
Well, I think this is potentially what the position is of someone like Stephen Law. I mean, I'm not actually entirely sure that that's the case. What I'm saying is that like we can kind of construct here a slightly different or reframed argument that does the same thing, right? So even if I kind of grant you that for whatever reason this does actually kind of throw out this traditional conception of the evil God hypothesis, here's another argument that serves exactly the same purpose but avoids this problem, which is that if the Christian wants to say that kind of a maximally malicious God is incoherent, then they should also say that a maximally loving God is incoherent. We do away with the language of good and bad, because now the problem is that on this theory of goodness and badness, that goodness means propriety and badness means a failure to kind of live up to one's proper function. The issue is we can't know what God's proper function is, right? We can't know this, and we'd actually have good reason to think that if God's proper function was malice, he would potentially...
I think there's the solid argument from Alex. So far, I think Alex is doing a really great job here.
Want to mislead us, right? Because he's a malicious God, such that we would think that his proper function is to be loving, such that like we don't have the epistemic like warrant to say that we know what God's proper function is. So what you do by saying that this is what goodness and badness are, this is the theory of goodness and badness that we're going with, is you completely rid our ability to even hypothesize about whether God is kind of living up to his purpose, because we can't know what that purpose is. And so I think we'd still be left where we started, which is throwing up our hands saying, well, we don't know which is more plausible.
Yeah, I guess like, yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that. Like, I think that like, if it's the case that the being is objectively good, then like, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't see how that's going to. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to say about that. I'll have to think about that, Alex. I think, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. So you're basically saying like back off the idea that the being is objectively evil, like at all. Just worry about what its character traits are like, and reframe the hypothesis in that way. Yeah, I mean,
bear in mind that like like coming at this, even with the original version of this argument, I'm not trying to argue that there is such thing as, you know, objective evil and that there is this God that is objectively evil. I'm just kind of working hypothetically here. I'm saying that kind of on this view of good and evil, if there is such thing as objective goodness and badness, maybe God is objectively bad. I'm just saying like it's surely equally troublesome to the theist to kind of have to say something like, yeah, well, we know that God can only be maximally good because we have this theory of goodness, which means goodness means, you know, propriety, and something can't be ontologically bad, maximally bad, because badness is the failure to do something, not the presence of something. It has to be maximally good. It's like, okay, but surely it's still a massive problem if it can just as plausibly be that a good God under this understanding is a malicious God as that good God is a loving God. Like that seems really problematic, because otherwise all you've done...
Because what he's saying is that goodness is a second order property, and that the function of God could be inherently undesirable in relation to us, which I would challenge. I would say that God's desires must encompass our own. And so you'd have to say that we desire, that we would also have to desire suffering. And so that because we have... would have to like really debate upon whether human psychology was compatible, or rather human function, the function of humanity was within this zone of being self-deprecating and the production of what we would consider quote unquote evil.
Is you've done what, like, for functional purposes, is just a word game of saying, well, technically, you know, you can't say that God is maximally good. And I'm like, okay, fine, God is maximally good, but I can say consistently then, under this view, that God is also maximally malicious. And that's something that the theist will want to reject.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I'll have to think about that.
Okay, in which case, maybe we should move on to the next one. Because, like, I think the only way to because the argument was predicated here, or the objection that you were putting forward, was predicated here on there being these 4 theories of goodness. Only one of them works for evil God, but all 4 of them work for good God, so it seems more plausible. So if we go through the rest of them and see if there is actually that inapplicability. So the second one was the Occamist view, right? Which perhaps you could just run by me again.
Yeah, 20%.
My God. So what are you guys thinking of this debate so far? I think it's very interesting. I think that ultimately I'm giving it to Alex so far in terms of the argumentation. I disagree with everything almost that he said, but I think that the way in which Alex has argued it has been excellent. I think that Alex's argumentation here has been brilliant. Not just in pure rhetoric, but in sense of genuinely describing why it would be as plausible and why the arguments that he's presenting could fail. I don't think that it's ran to its logical conclusion. At least his arguments haven't been ran to the logical conclusion yet and fully actualized. But I think that ultimately, I think his position, like Max's position, is actually correct. But I think that Alex is presenting a critique of his position that he's yet to really challenge. So I think that it's been a really solid debate.
This is that which God decrees or wills.
Sure, and why can this not apply to an evil god? Why doesn't this work for the evil god hypothesis?
Well, the thought is just that the evil god, however perverse the desires of the evil god are, they will be good, because that's just what the theory is, that whatever God wants or desires is good.
Yeah, quite right. So now we've run into exactly the same problem, which is that, okay, God is maximally good on this view, because trivially that's what it means to be good. Good is just what God commands. God commands evil and suffering and malice and hatred. He hates the world. He wants everyone to suffer. He's a disgusting, despicable being, as far as we conceive of it. But technically, because God is commanding these things, he's good, right? Problem solved?
Divine command theory, you have to be able to separate in terms of the urethro, not necessarily separate, but instantiate the logical necessity of God's goodness and their synonymousness. You have to be able to establish the tautology of God is good. And what he's saying is like, no, well, yeah, why we're just making that assumption, man? Like, you know, like why we're just saying, yeah, God is good, you know? So I think that I think you're absolutely wrong, by the way, Ethan. I don't think they're idiots at all. I think they're both incredibly intelligent. So I think that's demonstrably false. I think that only an idiot would say such a thing, really. But in terms of their argumentation here, I think Alex is right in saying, look, it's a trivial attribution of good if we say that God is good, that we are just, we define God as good. And it's like, well, what if we define God as evil, or we define goodness as something else? What is goodness in the first place? And he's pulling it down to the ethics of it, right? And I think that that's where it needs to be. It needs to be, and maybe that's just because all I care about in life clearly is ethics. But we need to talk about what goodness fundamentally is and what it's in reference to in terms of a metaphysical foundation. And so if we can metaphysically instantiate something as being good, separate from necessarily God, which maybe be perfectly good or whatever, or talk about goodness in relation to the will and how it's a second order property, then I think that we can establish that God could be only be considered good, or perfectly good, or omnibenevolent, rather than considering God as omnimalevolent.
I don't think so. I think this is still a massive problem for the theist.
So yeah, but the point is like the thought is supposed to be like, how do you get to make good on the claim that this is the hypothesis of an evil God? And the thought is like, yeah, you need a metaphysical account that you want a metaphysical account of the relationship between God and goodness that lets you make good on that claim that this being is objectively evil.
Yeah, so I see the problem here, which is that like if we just define what is evil as like the opposite or the absence of what God commands, if that's just what it means to be good, such that whatever God commands, whatever God desires is just good by definition, then it kind of becomes a trivial truth, right? It becomes entirely uninteresting, because now we've got a situation in which we can just say that God is good, like trivially speaking, but it still doesn't actually tell us anything about his character in terms of whether he's loving or malicious, in terms of whether he desires suffering, in terms of whether he desires goodness for us or whatever. I think that you could have a being, and again, because I think these concepts of badness and evil are often separable,
which is why we need to bring it back to desire in the first place. And when we talk about function, I think that we'll also need to talk about like what function is based upon metaphysically. So that's where I would say that this really needs to be driven home by Max, and I don't think that he's necessarily, I don't know if he's considered it, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, but I think that it needs to be engaged with, as in like, what is the metaphysical instantiation of the will? Is evil a possible expression of the will and its power in terms of strength against the world? And I think that it makes more sense to talk about the will, because we know in terms of the action urging process that exists within an individual, that this exists, that desires exist, and that there is and I would argue for the existence of the will. But if we necessarily mightn't be able to establish the motivations metaphysically of the will prior to the will, and I think that's supposed to be his point about why, goodness in the first place is propriety, but he's not really hammering home what will is and what willing is. So he really needs to do that, and he hasn't done that. And I think that's really the counter blow. It is essentially Hegel against his Schopenhauer, and I think that's really what he needs to do.
You could say that God desires evil, such that God is maximally good, but by desiring evil, makes evil a good thing, and therefore still maximally evil.
So yeah, but the problem we're posing here, like I grant all of that, but the problem we're posing here is like a conceptual one. Like the evil God hypothesis has a conceptual problem with like making good on the claim that God is indeed evil. Like, however, we agree, like you can like stipulate that God is as malicious as you want, but you don't get to make good on the claim that he's an evil being, apart from on 1 out of 4 theories of the relationship between God and goodness. That's the point we're trying to make.
Well, in that case, I'm happy to grant that if you take this Occamist view, this what is good simply because God commands it to be good, that technically God can't be maximally evil because by God commanding something, it just makes it good. I'm happy to say that's fine, but the two things I would note is, firstly, that I'm not sure that that's a view that many people would actually hold to about what good and badness is, which doesn't matter, popularity doesn't determine the truth. But I would say that, like, for most people that would be uninteresting. But secondly, I would say that if that's the situation that we're in, if you are somebody who believes that is the correct analysis of what good and bad is, like, bravo, you can say technically God can't be evil, but it becomes essentially a meaningless statement because you're saying God can't be evil, but he can be malicious and hateful and want you to suffer and die, and despise all things loving. But technically that would be good because God commands it. It's like, you're welcome to that view, but I don't think it's very instructive for the conversation that we're having. But I'm happy to just grant it, for this theory of good.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, like, it's not because that's it's not because I'm the one who's wanting to square the evil God with any of these theories. It's more the evil God challenger bears the burden of trying to make good on the claim that the being they're describing is indeed evil. Like, that's the way, like, I think this gets framed, if you see what I mean. So yeah, like, yeah. I agree. It's a sort of like, but it's not like I'm trying to. When you say it's a hollow victory, it's not like I'm trying to be the one who's saying, yes, I get to square. I'm trying to square like the evil God with these various theses. We're framing it in terms of the evil God challenger needs to explain in virtue of what the being they're positing is.
I think that's a bit unfair. I think that ultimately the burden of proof lies on both the good God and the evil God in terms of the instantiation of either possible being, right? As in either theory of truth actually obtaining, either theory obtaining truth value. And I think that it's a bit, since they're both positive claims about the existence of a being, ultimately saying that the burden of proof lies upon the challenger, I think is a bit of a cop-out, if I'm honest.
It's evil, and the claim is like, on all but one metaphysical theory, like you don't get to coherently make that claim. That's the only thing I was trying to say,
sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if I kind of grant this particular portion of the conversation to you, where we've moved to then is to begin by saying, look, there are 4 potential theories of good, only one of them works for evil God, but all of them work for good God. And now we've moved to the first one actually might also work for evil God, maybe, kind of remains to be seen. The second one, I think we agree, yeah, okay, that doesn't apply to evil God. But now we've kind of got 4 theories of good, one of which doesn't apply to evil God, one of which seems like maybe actually could, but maybe can't, but I would argue that actually yes it can. The fourth one...
You mean the Thomistic one you're talking about that might do? Yeah.
And the fourth view, which, does. So now it's less like, well, look, there's only one that works. It's like, well, there's 2 that seem like they might actually plausibly work. And besides, even if there is only one that works, it only takes that view to be the correct analysis of what goodness is.
And there we go. There's the whole point of what, like, this is why the metaphysics is so important. That is bang on the money, Alex. Like, that is exactly like when we talk about like the probability of something. It's like, well, yeah, but like, what is the probability of which the Odyssey actually being, or the much, the most likely to be the case, and then we talk about like splitting it up, in terms of the evidence of the claims. It's not based in like, well, this person says this and this person says this, and we're all having equal opinions here, because that's not philosophical. Like, it's about evidence. And if this view is evidence to a greater degree, and the likelihood of God being evil and not evil is equal, or evil and good is being equal in that worldview, then that shows that the overall likelihood and the challenger of the evil God, the evil God challenge has actually been successful, and I think that that's really a solid point, Alex. Well done. I think that's genuinely. Let's all give a round of applause to Alex here, because I think his performance has been actually genuinely remarkable.
Oh no, I agree with. Of course, I agree with that. Yeah, no, I agree with that. But as ever, like, the strategy in this part of the paper was to try and say, like, in general, right, when you're defending a philosophical view, the less other views that your position is incompatible with, the better, right? So that was the thought here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
like,
why don't we? I'm perfect. Yeah.
Well, why don't we try number 3 then, and then see kind of where it leaves us. Number 3 being, was it the Augustinian view?
Yeah, so like the nature, the character of God is like the power. Yeah.
Just to jump in real quick, so we've only got about 12 minutes left, so I'm happy to go wherever you guys would like to go with this. I know that there's a whole lot more that we could cover and talk about, but just wanted to let you know that's about how much time we have left, and so just bear that in mind. If you want to keep going down this route, we probably won't have time to talk about the Odysseys, and I don't know if that's something that you guys wanted to talk about before.
It could be interesting to talk about that. What do you want to do, Alex?
I actually have no preference, so I think maybe there is a slight preference in actually to talk about the Odysseys because we haven't done it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like when I hear I say anyone, but when I hear Stephen Law talk about this argument or give the evil God challenge, I feel like he talks about that a lot, like if the Odysseys can be flipped, and even Alex, in your video, you focused about, there's about half of it on that as well. So.
Yeah, I focus on that because Stephen Law focuses on that, but that's, I think, part of the reason why it was so important to have this discussion is to give, to shed light on the other part of the discussion. But this is certainly the part that the evil God challengers like to fall back on, which is to remind the audience the idea that any theodicy that reconciles good God with the existence of evil, or most of them at least, can be reversed to reconcile evil God with the existence of good.
Alex, give us a concrete example of what that looks like, so everyone can kind of see how it works.
For example, a Christian might say that the reason that evil exists, let's take moral evil, the reason moral evil exists, that is evil, conducted by human beings, is because God gave humans free will, and the reason he did that was because he wanted people not to be kind of robots who necessarily always chose the good, because then they would essentially just be robots, not free creatures. To be loving, to be truly loving, is to be freely loving, is to be freely given, and so God, in order that they have the ability to freely commit evil as well, so otherwise they wouldn't be truly free. That's a common Christian theodicy. The reverse of that would be to say that God wants people to commit genuinely malicious acts. He wants to increase the amount of evil there is in the world, and if somebody is compelled into always doing an evil thing, then they will. Then it's not like a truly malicious act, right? So God needs to give humans free will in order to make sure that they can genuinely choose to do evil and genuinely inject more evil into the world. But unfortunately, this means they're also free to commit some good, which explains why there's good in the world, despite God being maximally evil. So that's an example of how the thing can be completely turned on its head.
Yeah. Yeah, no, thanks, Alex. And I wouldn't have anything there really to disagree with. Like, as I said, I do think that broadly speaking, you can reverse the major theodicies. And like, I don't think that I think the way Law sets it up, he thinks that, like, the person, his interlocutor thinks that these reverse theodicies are obviously false, whereas, as you said earlier, that's not my position. Like, they do seem to provide reasons that, like, an evil God might have for allowing goodness to exist. So here's just one thing I wanted to pull out from the paper, maybe for the last bit of the discussion, was the thought that, like, here's one reason for thinking that, like, a mixed world, which is to say a world which contains both good and evil, that's basically the sort of world we find ourselves in, where we get to make various sorts of choices, and it's a world in which we suffer and also experience pleasure and so on. We seem to be able to have, like, some sense of responsibility over our actions and some degree of ability to improve the world and so on. So the way we set it out is kind of like this. Compare two worlds, a mixed world and what we can call a torture world, where every sentient creature experiences pure agony for all of its, the duration of its existence. Now, you just think about, like, which one would you prefer to be in? It seems like obvious that you're going to want to prefer to be in mixed world as compared to torture world, right? I assume you would probably have that preference, Alex.
I think so, yes.
Yeah. So then the thought is this: like, consider a third world, what we can call bliss world, where every sentient creature experiences pleasure all of the time, but like torture world, like, there's no sense of real kind of connection between this. It's a bit like Robert Nozick's experience machine, basically. Like, you plug into it and you experience pure bliss, but you don't really get to sort of make decisions that improve the world, or there's no real sense of connection between your actions and outcomes and things. You're just kind of experiencing untrammeled bliss the whole time, and so it is sort of the mirror of torture.
Yeah, but then I'm willing to bet that Alex is going to say here that an evil god would create beings which desired bliss in order to frustrate them and prevent them from actually achieving that bliss. So the greater the desire for bliss, the greater the frustration, and so the worse the world. And I suppose then you would probably say, like, well, the instantiation of God is then is seeking the frustration, and not our function. Our function is separate from God's then. So you're going to have to talk about will. And I want to see if they'll talk about the metaphysics of will here.
World where you're experiencing untrammeled agony the whole time. Now, then the question is, like, which would you prefer to be in, out of bliss world or mixed world? And the point we make is not that, like, you should definitely not prefer bliss world, but just that it's, like, seems more of a genuine... You think it's obvious? Okay, so I don't...
No, sorry, I say it's less obvious, your view here, but it's less obvious, you would choose.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it's less obvious. And so that suggests that a mixed world is more expectable on theism than anti-theism, if you like. So right, because we would much prefer to be in mixed world than torture world. And so if there's an evil god, then he's going to put us in the world that we would least want to be in, you would think. On the other hand, a good god, it's much less clear that he would only put us in bliss world as compared with mixed world. And so that seems to be a sense in which the symmetry is broken to some extent. So a mixed world seems to be stronger evidence.
I genuinely do not agree with any of those intuitions, like, at all. I think that that you need a mixed world in either case. To what level the mixed world would be is dependent upon, like, so for example, one of the arguments is, why couldn't I was talking to Dave about this, actually. I have to get Dave on about this. I should have had him on reviewing this with us, because I think Dave would be solid at this. Like, why couldn't it just be a pinprick, and that be the suffering from which we compare, the infinite bliss that God gives us in the best of all possible worlds? And then you get, like, I think it was Swinburne who said that that's trivial suffering. It's not that there needs to be a certain level of suffering to give you an understanding of it, so that it can be understood properly, in order to compare and contrast the positivity against. And so I think that this would be the kind of the argument, like, flip the other way around, is that, look, there has to be a certain level of, hope and happiness and well-being to give you an understanding of how truly terrible this all is. And, the thing is like, you can't get around it, man.
Let's put it like this: a mixed world is more expectable on theism, on good God, than evil God.
Sure. I think it's an intuitively plausible argument, but let's see how much damage I can do in 6 minutes. First thing I would say is that you probably won't like this, and a lot of people don't like this, but I'm of the opinion that actually you are better off stepping into the experience machine if the conditions are genuinely as laid out. It may not be kind of that given our position of omniscience of the situation, our psychological limitations are such that we wouldn't choose to step into the machine. But I think that if you actually ask, is it better for you to be in the machine? Would you prefer to be in the machine when in the machine? I think that the answer is yes, if that makes sense. But besides, so it's kind of, we can kind of avoid, because basically we're just arguing on intuition here, like, would you step in, would you not? There's no way to really resolve that. Here's a more concrete problem with what you're saying, I think, which is this. Let's presume that torture world is worse than mixed world, kind of assuming, let's say, that there are the same amount of people in each world, right? So you've got 1,000 people in torture world and 1,000 people in mixed world, and torture world is worse. Here's the thing, right? I think what we could do is we could say, well, how could we make torture world even worse than torture world? Well, one way of doing it, right, would be to say something like, we're not going to give those 1,000 people a mixture of good and bad, because that would make their lives better. But what we will do is let's introduce some new people who have good lives, such that the 1,000 people's lives who are already living there are just as bad, but they're now made worse by the fact that just down the road there are people living fantastic lives.
This is actually really clever, because this sounds like almost when, like, Derek Parfit, like when the utilitarians talk about the issue of what's it called? Where it's like it's basically in the way the compile numbers in terms of experience, where, like, the addition of, like, less good experience would still increase the overall positivity, and so the perpetuation of, like, more people, like a higher quantity of people living a lower experience would be more desirable than having, let's say, 10 people living in bliss. It's the same thing as what basically be saying, like, the addition of 1,000 people living in bliss next to the 1,000 people, like the millions of people living in torture, would be essentially the idea that those in hell could see those in heaven, and the compilation of those numbers is a greater overall possible suffering than the pleasure that has been induced in the first place. And then you could obviously make the point that that there doesn't necessarily need to be pleasure, but necessarily only the appearance of it. And so you could just turn around and say, like, look, the good lives that those people are experiencing are actually appearances of goodness rather than goodness in and of itself. So it's an illusionary goodness. And I think that would be a solid possible, like, take upon this. And I think that is, I'm not going to lie, I think Alex is performing considerably better in this debate.
Who are alive today, who are experiencing what is essentially the equivalent of torture world. Not just humans, but also I think this is more prevalent in animals, that their lives essentially do resemble what you would call torture world, just endless torment. In a human context, you could imagine, for instance, a homeless person on the street at the moment in the city of Oxford, starving and freezing to death, given the temperature outside, literally freezing to death, as some homeless people have done in our city. What can make it worse for that person? Well, difficult to say if the life is already that bad. But don't you think it makes it a bit worse, the fact that not only is this person freezing to death and starving, but that they're freezing to death and starving outside of a college in which a bunch of students are kind of living it up and having some drinks and having a good time. Now, you may say that it would be a worse world in which those students were also being tortured, were also experiencing the worst thing in the world. But then I could say, well, the way to make that world, where everyone, even including the students, are being tortured and awful, to make that even worse, would be, again, to introduce more people, to make it kind of more malicious that they're dying. So I think that actually, like, there is reason to think that God would kind of look at this torture world, look at this tortured existence, and say, well, how can I make this worse? Well, if I introduce some people such that their lives are good, then it actually makes, on the whole, torture world worse than it was in the first place. And bearing in mind, this is a crucial component, is the existence of wild animal suffering, because it's often completely left out of the conversation on these things. Like, the objection might be something like, yeah, but clearly it's not like the majority of people who are alive are experiencing nothing but torture. Clearly, like, it'd be more efficient if, like, it'd be more evil if, like, most people were experiencing nothing but torture, and there were one or two good people to compare it to. If we consider the plight of animals, then we are living in a world where hundreds of trillions of sentient creatures are experiencing untold suffering and misery, and isn't that just made so much worse by the fact that we have this comparison of the kind of lush human being not only enjoying their own good life free of the starving of these animals, but also then exploiting those animals to increase his own pleasure by eating them, but that actually makes it worse, and that would actually be a worse world than torture world, in which case we would expect a maximally evil God to have a mixed world rather than a torture world.
So Max, just quick response, and then we're going to have to close it out.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Alex. I mean, so I think we might be slightly talking at cross purposes insofar as the way, I guess, the setup of this sort of thought experiment is supposed to work is that you've got three worlds, and the ones on either end are sort of mirror images of each other in terms of like their axiological properties. So we don't need to say that torture world is the worst possible world. We just need to say that it's like it's sort of the mirror of the bliss world, right? So so like describe to me what's the mirror of the torture. Like you see what I mean? So you've like described a world that's worse than the torture world, and I don't think I need to deny that it is worse than that. So then you need to describe for me the like mirror of that world on the other direction, and then we can see like is one of
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would say is something like that you've actually got a multitude of because you're kind of the argument here doesn't just kind of it's the existence of these three worlds and saying that torture world is worse than mixed world. But what I'm saying is that the worst version of torture world would actually be a version of mixed world, right? And so actually mixed world might be worse than torture world.
Yeah, so I guess like mixed world is like there'll be lots of mixed worlds, right? It's sort of like a spectrum right, that shades across.
Excuse me.
So the thought was just like pick a world that's kind of in the middle of the in the spectrum across. Like I think most people would prefer to be somewhere in that middle space than in the torture one. And then the other. So that's point one. Point two is that it's less clear, and we don't have to say that like there's no reason to prefer the pure bliss world, but it's less clear that you should prefer the pure bliss world to somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. So I think that's the claim I wanted to make.
Yeah, and I don't think I have sufficient, or we have sufficient time to give it its due. And I think Cameron will probably shout at me if I try to go on any longer. So perhaps we need to just leave it there.
I really wanted to just let you guys go. I really did. But we definitely want to respect Max's wishes. It's also really late over there. Well, not really late because Alex, you stay up till like 4 or 5 a.m.
Yeah, it's the virtue of working with Americans. There's pesky Americans keep me up until 5 in the morning.
Literally, that's me every day messaging you. All right. Well, thank you guys both for coming on. It's been a lot of fun. I really just enjoyed. Like I was just sitting back in my chair, just listening to you guys go back and forth. And so I hope that whoever's watching, I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Like I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, we did things a little bit differently today, so I didn't do any introductions. But if you'd like to learn more about either of my guests, either Alex O'Connor is also known as Cosmic Skeptic, check for links in the description. Same with Max. I've got his academia page there. I've also got the article that's been referenced throughout this dialogue. That's also linked in the description of this video. So yeah, if you want to learn more about either of my guests, then go check there. And with that, thank you guys both again for coming on. It's been awesome.
Well, I thought that was very good. Very good. What did you guys think? What did you think of that debate? I think that Alex absolutely smashed him, if I'm honest. I think that I think Max's arguments were actually better if they had have been established. But then I don't think that he actually took them to the logical conclusion, or really had went to the metaphysical foundations of them. Sounds like a whole load of mumbo jumbo to me. It's Brendable. Thank you for the donation. Hey PP, it's your boy again. Do you think that the Hegel reader by Stephen Helgate is a pretty supplementary to Hegel? Or skip it up, my dude. I've never actually read Helgate. I keep getting told to read Helgate. I'm like terrible. I've never read Helgate. It's like one of the most famous thinkers that talks about Hegel, and for whatever reason, I've never read him. I've heard of a lot of people recommend him. So if that's any consideration, we need more people who have genuine knowledge of philosophy in public online spaces. I completely agree. Thank you very much for the donation, man. Was all right. Well, I think that Alex is wrong on that. I think that it just needs to. I think I need to go and sort this out. That's what I think. I think I need to go and sort this out. I'll message him actually because I was already in contact with him. I'll add him on Twitter in a minute. Yeah, I think that Alex O'Connor did a very good job there. Well done, Alex O'Connor. I am going to be inviting, by the way, Marty, the philosophy chat on, and we are going to be going through some philosophy questions that I can't remember what it is. I think it's like a tag thing going around. And then after that, I'll probably be shooting off because it will be probably like 2 a.m. Live reading session then. What do you think of the British idealists? I don't know very much of Bradley, if I'm honest. And yeah, I don't know if I know enough to comment. I focus so much on the Continentals. I don't know if I know enough to comment. Yeah, that is a hell of a debate. That debate topic. Alex is doing God's work. Depends on which God it is, isn't it? was godlike in this debate. Come on, you got any more like puns? Come on. I'm just waiting for how do you say that guy's name again? Max Baker High Touch. Right, I just tweeted Alex. We'll see if he gets back to us. Yeah, you ready, boy? Why can I never find Marty's channel when I try and add it? The Philosophy Jet? Hey PP, new to the stream. I believe you said that morality is objective. Can you explain that in layman's terms? Okay. That there is an app, okay, right, how would I explain this? That when you do act within the world, there is a right and a wrong course of action in relation to that which would be evidenced. So I would be able to say that it is a fact that murder is wrong when I say that morality is objective. It is a fact that when you help an old lady across the street, that it was right against a rational standard. So that's essentially what I'd be saying. That's the basics of what morality is. When you say morality is objective. Hey, Marty, how you doing? Do you think I did an all right? This in the most basic terms there, what objective morality would be? That would be the instantiation of moral facts.
I didn't. I wasn't watching your live stream at this point.
I thought you joined just as I was saying that there. That's why I. Yeah, all right, vegan gays. Sorry.
Are you asking someone a question right now?
No, I was just acknowledging them.
Okay.
Actually, Marty, why is it when I try to at your channel, I can't at your channel in the I don't know why. Every time I type in at the, and then I go to type in philosophy chat, it doesn't come up.
In my Discord server?
In in like the title of my video.
I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
So
like
you can add people in the title of YouTube comments, YouTube videos, rather, and I just for whatever reason. Your channel never turns up. So for every time I try to at you, I can at literally everyone else. I have no idea why I can't at you.
I have no idea either.
And I,
It should be. I did have a name change, but it should have been the philosophy chat.
oh wait, what was the original name? Or maybe add that and it'll come up with the philosophy chat.
There would have been no original name other than that. Yeah, so I have no idea. I have no idea. I can look real quick to see if there's anything under options.
It's okay. Like you can check if you want. I just wanted to put you in the thing. I'll just link you in the description.
Sure.
Right. So, my man, what is it that we are doing here? Because I've never done this. So, what's going on?
Before we started, I actually wanted to have a conversation with you briefly about veganism.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. So, 1 second.
But very briefly, and I will not be able to articulate all these points because I was just in a conversation with one of my friends in TPC, and he was arguing on behalf of this point. And I think it's a legitimate concern, and I want to be able to answer it without appealing to deontological ethics, because I think deontological ethics kind of missed the point to what he was sort of concerned about. But anyways, when you have whenever you're ready.
Okay. I'll do my best.
The TLDR, this is basically that without vivisections on rats that are sort of genetically modified and, you know, within sort of lab experiments, the sort of the status of medicine right now would basically come to an end with respect to a lot of things. And although it would be great to be able to stop these types of things, and he obviously sees that we should obviously try to treat rats as means instead of means to an ends, it would still cause a lot of, you know, medical stir if we suddenly do this. And it's a sort of repugnant conclusion that we're forced to adapt. So,
well, I guess I'm thinking, first thing I would challenge that is empirically. Do you know what I mean? Like, I want to know why he thinks that medicine itself would come to an end, because I think that there are quite a few, not just philosophers, but like biologists and, medical practitioners who challenge that. There's actually a specific charity based around testing medicines in the first place without animal testing. And animal testing as well, in many cases, can be detrimental to actually instantiating, thank you very much, instantiating whether something is safe for a human because of the biological differences between animals and humans. We've been misled. A great example is thalidomide. Thalidomide was said to be safe because it was tested on animals, in particular pregnant animals, and it didn't cause any birth defects. But then when it was tested upon humans, well, not tested upon humans, when we actually made it available to humans, it created horrible outcomes compared to that which was seen in animals, which was nearly no issue. And so people were born with severe birth defects. So I think there's an empirical issue that needs to be resolved before we accept that it would. But we'll grant that, I think, for the rest, for the next part of the discussion.
Yeah, you'll have to grant that because he's a neuroscientist, or he was a neuroscientist or a neurobiologist, so he would have been able to provide, and he has basically in the last 15 to 20 minutes showed why it's sort of impossible to do a lot of things in medicine and neurobiology without...
I can see why you'd want rats in neurobiology, because it's the likeness of the human brain, isn't it? That's why they use rats.
Right. It's just that they're basically, like, in terms of their statistical anatomical, or in terms of their anatomy, basically, it's going to be very, very similar to human beings.
I mean, apart from the having multiple livers and stuff.
Yeah. No, I should have said, yeah, probably with respect to the brain, yeah, like you basically sort of said. And he also said something like extraction of cerebral spinal fluid. But there's a lot of empirical details and nuances that would be probably lost to someone like me. That's why I'm asking him if he wants to come on just for a brief moment to get rid of to kind of talk about those.
Yeah.
Empirical...
I mean, I'm obviously I'd have to reach out to like obviously again some sort of vegan scientist at some point, and then we'd definitely like if we're going to battle the empirical kind of side of things. I don't think I would I very much doubt I'll be able to hold my own with a neuroscientist in that. I think I can accept my own limitations.
Well, but that's why it's sort of interesting, is because I don't think I mean, I can't answer any of the questions either, and if you can't either, I think it is a matter, at least at this point, if we just, because we can give this sort of reply like, oh well, if everything is sentient, then we should treat them just as much as sentient human beings, and it would be similar to Auschwitz and all that kind of stuff. But there is a legitimate concern. I think that killing a few thousand rats or test mouse test subjects of some sort, that you could make a sort of consequentialist argument.
I think you could make a better consequentialist argument for testing it upon someone, let's say, like criminals who, they're humans. So when we're talking about like the likelihood of it being applicable to humans is even higher than on rats, and it also acts as a deterrence in relation to people committing crimes. And then that's not even and I mean, I guess the counter argument against that would be the slippery slope. We would need criminals then to test upon, and I guess that would be the only real like. I get the counter against that. I think would just be simply the pragmatics of it, the likelihood of having a crimeless society.
Yeah, I don't know how it would look like. I think the best way of answering this, as you basically kind of might have intuited earlier, is empirically, is trying to demonstrate whether or not modern... I also brought up the point whether or not modern medicine is justified in the types of consequentialist aims that it claims to.
That's a solid way to look at it, actually. That's a good one, eh?
Yeah, because I remember reading something about Ivan Ilyich basically saying a lot of the types of goods that have come about from modern medicine are actually due to, they're due to like hygiene and, good diets and basically just kind of like, the sewer system and things like that, right? It wouldn't be necessarily medicine itself. As opposed to how just well we take care of ourselves and groom ourselves.
Maybe beyond vaccines, which have maybe like one of the few things that have been established as perhaps one of the having some of the greatest outcomes. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the vaccines actually, but probably. Yeah, probably. I think it was mostly due to hygiene, is what Ivan Ilyich.
Oh yeah, hygiene is definitely. I mean, like it was like a 50% chance you'd die if you broke your leg, and it was a compound fracture. So if it like broke the skin. There was like a 50% chance of death in surgery before hygiene standards were established. So, like, it's been considerable. I think as well. Like, I think one of the things I would like to really pull it back to really is whether medicine itself can be understood without reference to an ethical standard from which it's trying to achieve. And so, when we talk about that which is good in the first place. When we talk about that, whether medicine is good or whether it is bad, we're actually referencing an aspect of human life or sentient life in the first place. So if we're talking about whether medicine is good and whether we should perform medicine, it's already in reference to the overall outcome, the positive and negative outcome that it would produce. And so if we talk about the consideration of animals and sentient beings as a whole as being good and the instantiation of medicine, then medicine itself would be judged against the standard from how it would harm animals. And I think that would have to look at, like, so for example, the way in which medicine, like, even behaves. Like, let's say we agreed that there needed to be a certain level of testing on sentient beings, whether that be human or animal. And I would probably advocate for, like, prisoners before I would advocate for animals. But let's say there needed to be a certain level, in relation to sentient beings. And we agreed upon that as a minimum standard for medical research to function. I think that then we would also limit medical research in terms of sentient being research to a very small number of select necessary cases for medicine to progress. It would be very different to how it is now, in which it's really part of budgeting and the way in which medical research is engaged as a whole. people just put in request forms for animals. Animals aren't even considered at all. But if they were given the consideration of, being equal and alike that to humans, then the consideration of like, oh fuck, we need a test on animals is an absolute moral, it has a much greater moral weight to it, and so people would not be putting so much, so many tests forward, especially when they're redundant. There are so many redundant. I think Singer actually shows this. There are so many redundant papers that are produced using animal testing, which are either re-establishing things that have already been established, or being done purely for theoretical purposes without any real purport to like medical progress. So these are the things that need to be challenged as well.
Yeah, that second claim I think is a little bit more interesting, because I don't know how I feel. Obviously, I don't have any record, any sort of arguments against this, but I don't know how I feel about putting people who have lost their rights and who are in jail, or prisoners, basically.
I think it's absolutely disgusting. I don't advocate for either. If they're avoidable, I think that would be the point.
Yeah, well, this kind of gets into the topic back again about asymmetries between animals and human beings, but I don't know if I'm ready to go on that to that path right now, and maybe we should just continue to where we were going to go initially in our conversation.
Somebody just said, why prisoners? What the fuck? I think that the important thing would be to distinguish, let's say, what prisoners it would be, and I think that the only way I'd be able to justify this, and very much so, I'd definitely go deontological with this in the first place, but I think the only way I'd be able to justify this is in relation to a value transaction between a prisoner who's committed murder and who would otherwise been sentenced to death. And that's how I would probably rationalize it. So if capital punishment was a plausibility or a possibility, then the individual would be given the free choice of accepting either the medical research or the capital punishment. And I think that would be perhaps a way to kind of stave it off. So I certainly would rather neither. And I think that's the thing. I think it's what the argument's in a consequentialist basis, and I just want to establish this. I'm not advocating we test things on prisoners, and I am not advocating we test things on animals. Please do not attribute those positions to me.
Okay, cool. So, would you like to begin the? You said you had a question about the questions themselves. You don't know what that is, or something like that.
Well, yeah. Let's get into it. So, what are the questions we're answering anyway, man?
I kind of already gave them to you on your in your.
Oh,
on
I
your
saw the
DM
questions.
doc.
I mean, like, what's the? It's like, is it like what is it like? You said it was something going around.
Well, no, these questions have been. I'm surprised you're not familiar with them. I mean, they're basically a question. It's from, what was it again? Philosophy polls or philosophy survey polls. They were asked basically like 4 or 6 years ago to a lot of major faculty members in several types of universities. So we now have kind of polls of what different types of positions people hold in philosophy. And these particular questions kind of give a good overview of what your metaphysics might be like, right? I don't think they completely get at what our metaphysical systems are like, but they at least give a ballpark range of what we believe in. Let's say if we believe in a priori knowledge, or whether we're theists or non-theists or things like that. So that's what they're supposed to sort of address is like what types of isms, I guess, are in our philosophy.
All right, cool, man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm joking.
So do you have the questions right in front of you? If you
I
want to get
have
going?
them in front of me.
Okay. So did you want to? Yeah, let's start with the first one, just for the audience, I guess. Is a priori knowledge? Does it exist? Basically, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And what would your particular opinions on that one be?
I suppose somewhat close to like a transcendental in like the transcendental kind of instantiation of like first principles is where I'd probably go. So like kind of Kantian. I would say that a priori knowledge I would say that it exists in the establishment of, essentially in the application of logic to any given reality. So for something to be itself and only itself, for example, I would say that that is the instantiation of something that would be a priori knowledge. So yeah, I think like I don't know if I've explained that well enough, but yeah.
Do you have a justification for a priori synthetic claims, or is that something that you are a little bit more hesitant with?
I do agree with the justification for a priori synthetic claims, and I would say that that is in and of itself, I would say that is, I think they are true, but that they are separate from a priori in the sense that not only that the synthetic nature of them means that they are that when they are being conceived of, they are fallibilist in the sense that we do not have perfect a priori synthetic knowledge, if you understand it.
Sure.
So that would be the caveat there. That would probably be like my Hegel to the Kant kind of separation.
Okay. I guess on the first question, I would probably, it's not surprising that I would believe in a priori deductions. I would believe in a priori synthetic deductions of some sort. And I've already kind of given an explanation to you before. Very Kantian about this. I think mathematics, not all of them, but some of them, a good amount of them are probably a priori synthetic notions, because we have to use one of the sort of sensible conditions of intuition, which is time. And if you don't really want to consider that a sensible condition, I would say at least we have to, when we're doing mathematics, conceive of time in some sort of way that would be a little bit more trivial than Kant does. So when we, as I've said before in kind of your stream, when we're doing like simple equations like, 5 plus 3, and then we say it equals 8, right? We have to take the 5. And then when we get to the second number, we have to take the 3, reproduce the 5 within time, right? We have to sort of reproduce the first number within the present moment. And when we do that, right, we sort of create a synthesis between the past and present in terms of its chronology. And we then sort of equal them out in the third presentation of time. That requires a certain type of temporal ordering. And it seems as though if it does require a certain type of temporal ordering, you have to synthesize it with the sort of with time itself. The same thing could be sort of said with geometry. So you can kind of give an a priori deduction of geometry, except instead of time, you need space. And then also there seems to be certain types of problems of indetermination. I'm sure you know, like the sort of Dunham-Quine thesis, and general kind of underdeterminations in empiricism. So I would probably say a priori arguments, because of the dogmas of empiricism, have to sort of be made. So yeah, if that all makes sense.
Yeah, no, that did. Yeah, solid, man.
Yeah.
Bit Kantian for me in some respects, but what about the synthetic? Well, you did say actually you actually established that quite well. I think when you were talking about like time, actually.
Yeah. I think a priori notions that are analytic are kind of like trivially true. Because all they're trying to show is a redundancy. However, actually, one more thing that is kind of, I think might be grounded a priori is the entire dialectic, like within the science of logic, and the speculative judgment of where we have unity and opposites. So the law, not the law of identity, A equals A, but A equals, and then bracket, A equals not A, and then end the bracket. The speculative judgment within Hegel, basically, that tries to show that every single affirmation includes its negation.
I would actually agree. Yeah, it would be a priori. We say a priori differently, and I think that's kind of funny. I think I saw debates about. I think that Rem actually did a poll of how people, like, there are like 4 different possible ways in which people were saying a priori. There was a priori, a priori. Priori and a priori, and it's like I think that's just hilarious. I think that's the funniest take out of all of it. I don't know why. Anyway, sorry.
No, it's fun. It's like Nietzsche.
Yeah. Oh,
Nietzsche.
I've heard Nietzsche so many times. And
Yeah.
I don't know why Nietzsche just like I've heard people say like Friedrich Nietzsche. And I don't know why that just annoys me so much. Like more than his philosophy. And I think that
No, I
but
understand.
yeah, let's continue, man.
So I'm not gonna have like the clearest answers. Some of these are gonna kind of, I think, go on intuitions to some extent. So the second question is abstract objects, nominalism, or Platonism. You could always take a third. Sometimes sometimes it's like neither of those are, right. So we're gonna get gonna get into hard questions. So
yeah, I was gonna say like the issue is like obviously with the like I'm not a nominalist because I'm a Hegelian, so I believe that we can actually gain knowledge of the universals. But then I wouldn't say that it's Platonic in the sense that I would say that it's probably closest to Platonism, but it's not Platonism. So if that kind of answers that, it's like I don't think necessarily I don't think that it's a clear dichotomy, as you say. Like I think that there is a third option there. But I guess if it was talking about abstract objects, it wouldn't be Platonism in the sense that I don't believe that it's in the way in which kind of Plato deduces the forms and the unity of being. But I don't. They wouldn't probably say the unity of being, but the end of the dialectic. I think that the fact is that like Hegel would agree that that we can come to knowledge of the thing in of itself through the dialectic, and so yeah, probably closest to Platonism.
So this one's kind of hard for me, I think. I'm not sure if you've heard of the article. A lot of people have been talking about it lately, about the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics and the natural sciences by Eugene Vigna.
I haven't.
Yeah, sort of the article. I haven't read it myself. I've heard people talk about it. People like, what's his name? Who is that classic theist that is everywhere arguing for the Kalim cosmological argument?
William Lane Craig.
Right. William Lane Craig basically was on
He does.
arguing.
You shouldn't be able to point at someone like that.
Yeah. No, but well, he's not the only one that sort of argues for the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematical Platonism. At least the idea that there seems to be a mathematically structured universe, and I think this is sort of becoming more and more in agreement with physicists, that we can't just say that everything about our mathematical structures are just sort of generated by the mind. They seem to be actually instantiated within the world. I mean, the amount of surface area that you have in a certain type of room that you can apply paint to would actually be a certain type of magnitude with a certain type of mathematical just a certain type of mathematical amount of volume in it.
Yeah, I would.
That, and it just seems like certain types of mathematical equations do just seem, and this is just an intuition, this isn't an argument, guys, seem to be the way that the universe seems to physically operate too. So, but that's it. And that, and just concepts in general. It wouldn't have to necessarily even be mathematical ones, but concepts in general. Since I am a conceptual realist. Yeah,
I would agree, man. I think you make
seem to be kind of instantiated in reality, regardless. So if we just take if we argue just for mathematical ones, or sort of a mathematical Platonism, then that doesn't seem too far off with it being compatible with my philosophy either. And I can argue, I think, for the sort of conceptual realism in general, if we wanted to get into that, but I think we are in agreement with at least that. So
yeah, I think like obviously like this almost sounds like like Brandom, Lacan, object oriented language implies the existence of the real, And so like when we talk about one, it's and like it's a signification of something, and that unit implies a unit of existence of something. The same thing with like P implies the existence of P, whatever it is. Like the concept implies the existence or the possibility of that existence, and for it even function as a signifier. And I think that's the best way to argue for it in general. I think that's, yeah, absolutely. I think nominalism's wrong in that respect. So yeah, like I think we're in agreement, man.
So the third question is, we might be actually in disagreement with
Oh
this.
God! At this one.
No, actually, no. I think, yeah, I remember we might be in agreement. So aesthetic value, objective or subjective, or neither?
Neither.
Really?
So I would say that it's objective judgment, but those judgments are based around what I would say maybe like it's kind of like almost trivial. It's like it's basically approval itself rather than any actual feature of reality. So it's objective in the sense that it is like it's in a Kantian like objective judgment sense, but that I wouldn't say that it actually is instantiation of a beautiful thing, for example.
Okay. Well, that's not either. That is probably towards the subjective end, and looks like we are going to agree on. Yeah, I'm actually a little bit worried that we might not disagree at all by the end of this this question skip. But yeah, also subjective. I think what you're looking for right there, to put it into words, is that the judgment is going to rely on the subject. The standard is universal. The judgment, however, can't find determinate notions of how to exactly place a particular example into this universal category. And so it's always going to try to approach this universal category without quite getting there. That's why it's not a subsumptive judgment, but a reflective judgment for Kant.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, a very nice way of putting it, much more eloquently than I did.
True. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things I could probably say about the aesthetic judgments from reading the third critique, which I'm kind of in agreement with. I will say one thing. I am, and I think you are as well. We had that conversation, sort of really sympathetic with the idea of beauty existing in and of itself as well, in a sort of Aristotelian kind of way, if I understand him correctly. Or really, I think kind of a lot of thinkers maybe within the Greek era might have thought that beauty actually literally existed within the world. But because because aesthetics seems to have this generative quality to itself, that is, when we create a sort of work of art, if you will, there is something that I think the subject kind of places upon the work of art that they're creating, namely a concept that is, in a sense, created from nothing. That is a novel thing. It is a sort of emergent property, if you will, from the subject kind of putting his creative hand upon the piece of painting. In a way, the human subject is kind of acting freely, I think, in this sort of generative act.
I would agree.
In this sort of playful act.
I would agree, and I would even say that that's one of the arguments kind of given by Chomsky in relation to why Marxist alienation is so bad, because it's alienation from our creativity is an inherent negative for Chomsky. It's like it's a removal of our freedom, and I think that's kind of what, in terms of, like, not to make it political, but I think that's I think that is like a solid way to look at it, because I think if we look at the natural creative processes of humanity as being essentially the enactment and that labor, that behavior itself is an act of labor in which we discharge ourselves and mix ourselves into the world and objectify ourselves and come to have an understanding of self in both a Hegelian sense, and even in terms of just purely what we are attempting to do. If we are trying to modify the world in the sense of that's what the will actually would be defined as, then creativity, if we are alienated from our creativity, then we have lost an aspect of our freedom.
Yeah, can you go? Can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, I'm not picking it all up. I know what I mean right here is just a literally kind of like a libertarian sense of freedom of where prior constraints wouldn't have had any sort of regard to what the type of content that we see within the result of our artwork would be.
Well,
So like, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, like, so when we produce something like artwork, for example, it's it would be essentially the objectification of the self in the world, since it would be
Right.
purely it would be purely the engagement, the free engagement of a subject in order to modify the world in terms of the production of the imagination, which is essentially private to that individual, or at least individual to that mind.
Right.
And
Right.
so if artwork was like, and this is one of the reasons why I argued that the advertising itself might be one of the most perverse forms of alienation. If we take artists and start using their imaginations as a means to actualize the imagination of another individual, then we, like, especially if it's like, something that's mass produced and fitting a certain standard, what we're doing then is actually taking the creative process of an individual and using that as a way to instantiate and objectify something from the mind of another. And so in many ways it's one of the most dominant forms of oppression in terms of like actually managing to take the creative control of an individual. Is arguably it's arguably impossible in its end, which I would say. But in terms of like, to a certain degree, the alienation of that individual, I would say, may be one of the most severe forms of alienation.
I see what you mean now. Yes.
And
yeah, yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I think that's what Chomsky's kind of getting at. Like, Chomsky's really big on this whole creative process thing.
Yeah, I haven't actually heard anything from Chomsky about aesthetics or art in general. I'm definitely going to have to kind of check that one out.
Well, he thinks that creative process is not just about art, but obviously about like all action. And I think that's kind of, and even when he talks about, obviously it ties into his linguistic theories, but like, but in all action. So when he's talking about, there's a famous quote that he uses, I think it's by Humboldt, which is like the elevation of the worker into like the elevation of the worker into the artist or the artisan, and how like the acts that we commit in day-to-day life that we find alienating and frustrating would be some of the most honored acts in our society if we were able to actually engage in our job roles in a way that we didn't feel alienated. So if I was, if I wanted and I willed to be, let's say, a bin man even, the way in which I performed that action would be an aspect of my creative control over the job. But because I'm held to a certain procedural standard that is confining and constricting my, from which I can't control, from which I'm not allowed to engage in a democratic sense, I'm held to a standard which is imposing upon me the way in which I can express my imagination and creativity in the world, and so is alienating me from my creative process and my subjectivity.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's move on to the... Oh, shit, where'd I put the questions at? This one, I guess we've kind of already answered. The fourth question is analytic synthetic distinction, yes or no? I think we kind of answered that one. I would probably say a hard yes. I don't even know what it would really mean not to make a distinction between.
I don't either, to be entirely honest with you. I find it a bit confusing more than anything. So yeah, I'm with you, to be entirely honest with you.
Maybe they're trying to... I don't know if they're trying to collapse the analytic synthetic distinction. I don't know why Quine is ringing a bell if he is someone who tries to collapse that distinction altogether, but he might just from what I recall, he just wants to be set within a posteriori arguments altogether, except in cases where we have things like the law of identity or whatever. We're just basically putting the definition of a thing into a sort of symbolic notion, namely a word, and that word just means what we want it to mean, right? And that's trivially a priori analytic, but
I think
someone says that
what kind of rings a bell there is almost like maybe people like John Locke, Bertrand Russell, kind of like the especially Bertrand Russell, where it's like the theory of judgment. The judgment itself is abstracted from reality, and so the analytic judgment is actually a reflection of direct relation to the empirical, to material.
It's like one of my members is actually telling me that I think I was right, is that Quine does reject the analytic synthetic. I'm asking him if he has a TLDR of this of Quine's argument. It might just be it just might be the case that. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to see it.
Honestly, one second. You keep going. I'm just going to quickly flip the Quine because I think it's actually the two dogmas is in this.
I think so. I can't remember exactly where it would have been in Quine.
I don't. You see, this is the beautiful thing about having this book, man. I cannot recommend this enough. Philosophy of the Classic Readings. The two dogmas in here. I think it's under metaphysics.
I actually think I have the Quine book right behind me, but I'm not gonna get it if you know where it is. So.
831. I think it's where's bloody epistemics. That was what would be under two dogmas of empiricism.
Quine thinks that analytic statements are verified holistically in a way continuous with science. That's the TLDR. That's just not enough information to build the wall. One of the members on here.
This is
yeah.
Sorry, continue.
No, I mean I just don't. I wouldn't have enough information to kind of go on stating an opinion about why Quine is right or wrong. I'd have to look into it. It would be very odd to me. Yeah, it seems very odd to me to collapse the distinction altogether.
Sorry, continue.
We can go towards the next one while you're looking that up, the next question.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the next question is epistemic justification, internalism or externalism?
Right, sorry. Okay, all right, I'm just going to give that up because I've got the part why he's actually arguing it. I just can't read it at the same time as listening. So there's like, He makes a distinction between two classes of analytic arguments, which is like, and the first is no unmarried man is married and no bachelor is married, and he's making a distinction between them. I'm not sure why, and I'll research that after this. Sorry, so say that again.
Hold on, one of my members is actually saying something. He's basically saying that Quine thinks that claims like 2 + 2 = 4 are true because they're confirmed in experience. I mean, I get that, but that's not a collapsement of the analytic synthetic distinction. That's a collapsement of the a priori, a posteriori distinction.
Yeah, but I think what the whole point is that it's kind of like John Locke's position that logic itself is learnt through an abstraction from reality, and so logic is understood from observation of being rather than a process of mind applied to reality. So it's the separation of how concepts actually come to be. And I think that this falls apart, and that's why I brought up Russell in terms of direct relation and judgment, because I think this is taken apart by Peter Geach's critique of knowledge by acquaintance and Russell's theory of judgment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I know that Quine, if he was asked a question like, well, how do you deduce any sort of mathematical statements, he would just basically say, like, look, statements like the ones that we were talking about earlier, 5 + 3 = 8 or whatever, You think that you might be able to derive a necessity of that such that you can apply it to all future experiences, but I think he would just be sort of an empiricist about it in the sense that he says, like, no, you can't. You can only basically say it's true insofar as we've done it every single time, and there's no necessity towards those types of equations. Although I could be wrong. Maybe he has another response to it. I haven't read Quine very much.
I don't think I could add anything of value. I think someone just asked why don't I join the philosophy chat. I think that is. I am in the philosophy chat Discord. So, yeah, I'm there. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so this next question was, again, the epistemic justification, internalism or externalism.
Right.
Oh, hold on. Someone's at my door.
No problem. So,
Right back.
I'll just click off the bloody questions. Epistemic justification, internalism or externalism? But what if you're an objective idealist and there's no such thing? Like, it's hermeneutic. It's hermeneutic. No, it's hermeneutic. No, this is impossible. Oh. So I hope you're all enjoying this stream. Bit of a strange. I know the platform, like this platform, like YouTube, like the one that we're on right now, broke for loads of people. It kind of broke for me before the start of this stream as well. So I thought I think that's really strange. So, like it's kind of lucky that we're even here, really, because it was like this, like trending on Twitter, like hashtag YouTube down, and stuff. I'm also, by the way, in case anyone's interested, I've reached out, by the way, to Vegan Gains to try and get him on the stream talk socialism again, since he'd be interested in a discussion. He hasn't gotten back to us again. Like, even though he said yes, he hasn't gotten back to us yet. So that's kind of weird. But I'm also going to have a Jewish person on to talk about whether vegans are right in describing animal agriculture and what's happening in animals in terms of the mass slaughter of animals as a Holocaust. So that should be really interesting. Obviously, I'm going to be talking from the position of, what's he called? It's like a Holocaust survivor. It's like there's a Warsaw survivor who argues that it's okay. And so I'm not going to be pros and, like, obviously I'm going to handle the situation delicately. I understand that it could be highly offensive to some people, but I want to try and question why you would find it offensive in the first place. Maybe ask, maybe the offense is because of the already like lower moral status and ethical status of animals, and so the offense is in and of itself an establishment of why it needs to be compared, because it's a question of the state, it's a challenge of the status quo, it's a form of linguistic rebellion, if you will. So yeah, that should be interesting. Obviously, it needs to. Oh, welcome back, man. How are you doing?
Oh no, I was just listening in, so yeah, you could finish.
No, it's okay. Let's get back to it.
Have you already answered your end on that?
I said I'm hermeneutic, so this is tragic for me. like internal or external. What's the difference?
Yeah, so the difference is basically when we ask the question, what justifies a belief, the answer is going to be generally a sort of a number of things, right? Either other beliefs in which we'd be sort of internalists about justification, these other beliefs being presumably propositional, and let's say you're a Salarzian or a Brandonian or whatever, then justification is done always inferentially, and that would be a type of internalism as far as I know.
I was going to ask that because, like, is it internalism if the self, if it's there is only the self understanding the self, if you're an objective idealist or absolute idealist, because it's kind of internalism in the sense that it's a correspondence theory of truth would correspond only to the self. It is the self corresponding to itself in terms of the conception of reality with reality itself.
Right here, we're only looking at justification. We're not looking at the content of our experience. You can be an externalist about the content of our experience, but we're just talking about mere justification. So what is doing the justifying within our beliefs? If you believe in something like justified true belief, then what's going to do the justification, right, is basically going to be another belief. Now, it might be the case that there are other types of things doing justification that aren't just certain types of propositional attitudes or beliefs. So the roles of like maybe intuitions of some sort or seeming seeings of some sort that offer some form of justification. If we're not just looking at propositional content, but if we're looking at like how animals might know, there might be certain types of mechanisms involved that don't necessarily get into internalist forms of justification. But I think, for me, it's very hard to find out exactly what things outside of internalist forms of justifications exactly are.
See, I think that you could argue there was...
But there would be like, I think there might be certain types of things like evolutionary explanations or things like that.
I think you could argue that, could you not argue that it would be a form of, like, it's whether the belief itself can be, I mean, would it be internalism if you would argue that the belief itself was modified by an external cause? Do you know what I mean?
Or is the subject aware of it? That's the kind of question that you have to ask yourself. If the subject is not aware of how they knew, how they justified it, how could you call that JTB, right?
I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. It's probably internal. I'd have to give it more consideration, but I think I'd probably lean towards internal.
Yeah, well, I can see some. I mean, I think there's a book written about it. Knowing without being aware or something like that. I can't remember what the name of the title was, but
that just sounds wrong.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess to help you out a little bit right here, one might argue, even from a Heideggerian lens, that certain forms of externalism might be compatible with Heidegger, because one kind of places their hand on a doorknob or positions themselves in a certain type of way to kick a ball in soccer, they might not be aware of what they're doing, right? There's certain types of mechanisms involved in kicking it, know-hows. Sorry. T. But nonetheless, we would say something like they still know, right? Even though they don't have justification in the sort of regular sense.
I suppose what you're saying, like, I think that's quite a good point. Like, it's almost as if the belief itself would change the experience of reality, and so prevent the proper engagement with reality. Which is actually a solid. I don't know how I'd respond. I think I need more time to formulate an actual response to that. But I like that. That's
Yeah.
But this is why I was saying, is it not hermeneutic, in the sense that, like, obviously, if in the sense of Hegel, like, it's the self understanding the self, and obviously there's aspects of the self that are unknown to the self, so the justifications that even exist within the self would be unknown to the self.
Right. Well, I mean, another concern that I would also have, if you're a conceptual realist, the conceptual content that exists externally obviously forms a relation of what we generally find as justification for our internal beliefs. So, perhaps the dichotomy there would sort of break down in good old German idealism, and that's actually something that I've been thinking about lately.
Yeah.
But then, I also think, like, God damn, is that really incompatible with the notion of justification internalism and content externalism? And I don't know. It's really hard to exactly fit that all in my head.
It is. I think it's just going to need more thought. I think, like, this is why I wanted to say hermeneutic, because it's as if, like, the external and the internal are two aspects of the unity of opposites for Hegel, as you say, like, in terms of idealism. And so, like the dichotomy breaks down. But then in terms of when we talk about it, it's like what we actually mean by external and internal isn't really affected by it, which is why like Hegel's offering an instantiation of science. Do you know what I mean? In the phenomenology of spirit and his other works. He's trying to establish science as being objective and something that we should actually give credence to. And obviously, he's not trying to establish some sort of rejection of the methodologies from which science is actually engaged in. And so when we're talking about the methodological approach and how we're describing these methodologies, maybe it's a language issue rather than like a metaphysical one. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I mean, there's always perhaps limits to certain types of analytic jargon with respect to, developing our beliefs and exactly where they stand. That's kind of why I struggle with some of the questions here as well. One of our members actually said it's a bad distinction because even from Brandon, the norms governing which propositions count as justification are external in an intersubjective way. He's right. I'm not, and again, the only thing that I push back on with respect to this member who said that is that I'm not sure exactly if that is all with respect to justification or whether or not that is with respect to an externalism about content. Because even like Kant, right, he's basically saying like the notion of our sensibility brings in content itself, but that content doesn't mean anything without concepts. And so he's an internalist about justification and an externalist about content. But I think Brandon might also be like somehow both, or Hegel might be somehow both with respect to these. But yeah, it's going to require some time to maybe unpack exactly.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So the next question I think is also hard and might get into certain types of terminological issues. External world, idealism, skepticism, or non-skeptical realism.
By the way, we're definitely going to have to pick this up, otherwise we're not going to get through these questions.
Yeah, we got 30 of them. So
external world, idealism, skepticism, or non-skeptical idealism.
Idealism.
Well, I'm an objective idealist, so I'm like a absolute idealist. So it's kind of like I'm an idealist, but like it's not the same. Yeah. So idealism.
Yeah. So yeah. The non-skeptical realism. I'm kind of curious exactly what they mean. Okay. Well, if they mean a realism of which the ideal is in it, then yeah, I'm an ideal realist. I mean, this is actually a term that Schelling uses. Of course, I think that there's an actual real world outside of our personal indexed experiences. But if you hold an identity theory of truth, like I do, then there really is no difference between our experience and how the world is. That is to say that a lot of what our experience is in terms of its content, both its content and its form, is, well, in the world, right? That's the conceptual realism and the realism about its content. So, it's just like realism and idealism, I would say to this kind of question, are not in conflict.
No, I don't think they're in conflict either. I was trying to answer that question before someone donated to ask us, and I think they understood. And it was essentially the argument was essentially like what would sorry, I'm trying to formulate this again. Actually, I'll just scroll down because they actually asked us it via super chat. So it was if all minds disappear, does reality cease to exist? And I was saying from a Hegelian standpoint, it's not that reality in all of its aspects ceases to exist. It's that Hegel sees it as in a combination of three infinites: the infinite of the self, the infinite of the other, and the infinite of matter as the fundamental integral part of the world as we know it, and specifically as we know it is the important thing, and what can be known in relation to that. It's the determinate objects of our experience. It's not that they don't exist. So when we describe matter, we are describing we are describing an aspect of our experience of matter. But when we talk about matter itself, that which makes all possibilities of determinate objects, that like in terms of material, that could pre-exist the world in which the reality in which we talk about. But even then, it's like we wouldn't know if it did, and we'd just say that it's infinite. So it's not something that we can make a knowledge claim about.
Yeah, I think okay. I'm sympathetic to what some of you said, but with some of what you said, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice there by saying that any experiencer needs to be there or any subject needs to be there. I think what we need to focus on is that experience of some sort, the content and the form of our experience can be separated from the subject in a way, to where we can externalize that feature. We don't need to make these types of claims. I think that subjectivity needs to exist, or at least human subjectivity needs to exist in order for the world to exist.
I think the point would be that, like, for us to make knowledge claims about the world, that it would need to exist. I mean, you could argue. I mean, you could argue that it would. Like, you could argue that in terms of rather than in terms of the world's existence, you could say that you could say in principle that like a subjectivity in principle would need to be able to exist in that situation for it to be possibly knowable. In which case, then what we are doing when we're investigating the past in terms of history, or in terms of like I don't know, like something like the physical understanding of the universe, is really to try and observe the features of reality to construct the determinate nature of reality, and understand what it would have been, and it's as if we were in principle, if we were there, this is what it would be, and I guess that would be the only way that I would kind of be able to remedy it.
Well, I guess I shouldn't focus on this. If we want to rush through this, we should just make a question. So the seventh question is free will, compatibilism, libertarianism, or no free will at all?
I have a problem with the conception of free will in general, but I would say libertarianism, I suppose. It depends on how we define them, more than anything. I'm like, with being a Hegelian, it's like, I don't think that it's libertarian as in you don't choose having a drive, for example. Like, that's not something that I don't think that you can deny. And so it would be like compatibilist in that sense. But then obviously your second order drives and the content of your desires is a choice in Hegel. So it's somewhere probably between, like, it's definitely an instantiation of free will, if you consider that libertarian or compatibilism in that respect. I think it's something that's separate from that conception of free will, and I think that's because that kind of tripartite distinction of free will is somewhat, somewhat analytic in origin.
So what I would have to say there is it also sort of depends for me. So if we were to understand libertarianism as something meaning that the subject is constrained by nothing at all in any sort of way, that would obviously be false, and that there are, that we're acting sort of with no purpose, no reason, no desires, no disposition. We could never, I guess, even answer a simple question of why A over B.
Mm-hmm.
But if we ask the question, what is it exactly within our nature that we're operating within that is reason giving, and these principles that we're operating with, these reasons are from ourselves and not sort of external to ourselves, the form that is to say is within our nature, then we are acting completely freely. And I think we could probably say this is a form of libertarian free will.
Mm-hmm.
So what I mean by this is that, okay, of course there's a sort of genetic, historical, natural sort of explanation for why consciousness is the way that it is. But as I've said sort of before in a lot of my streams, is that just because there's a reason for the existence of consciousness does not therefore make an argument in favor that consciousness is reducible to the reasons that it emerged. So it could be the case that consciousness has a sort of sui generis quality, namely reason itself, that sort of constructs its own principles, or constructed its sort of principles in terms of how it sort of evolved. And then those are basically us in one sense or another, right? We're not separated from that form of reason. And if we are employing these types of reasons in our actions and all that, then we would be said to be self-legislating, self-determining creatures, the cause of our own effects, basically.
I would agree. I would agree. And I think that obviously the only thing that you'd be held to then would be in the same sense of would be that which is possible. And I don't think that obviously that's not any confliction with libertarian free will. So
right,
like so it would be like obviously the instantiation of that you could only act in a way that was like logically coherent.
Right. Well, this is one standard, I think, of reason. Maybe even a larger standard than just reason itself. It might be a standard for everything.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's people use it to describe in terms of God's omnipotence. It's like, well, God couldn't make square circles, and God couldn't make a stone so heavy that he himself could not lift, and so on like that.
It's funny, I'm not going to get into it, but there's a paper actually about why square circles might be possible under non-Euclidean geometry.
Oh, I know, non-Euclidean geometry, but the I remember there was something actually about non-Euclidean geometry. There's kind of a reply to that, isn't there? But it's it's a funny thing. It's like I guess one of the things is that I guess really what it depends upon is like the a priori synthetic anyway. It's like, have we defined what a square and a circle is adequately in the first place?
Yeah, sure. I think I see where you would be going with that. Yeah, I mean, we don't have to get into it. I know. I asked a mathematician or a geometrist about this type of question, and they thought that even if you change it from Euclidean to non-Euclidean, it still might be impossible according to
Oh, that's interesting. I remember hearing that there was a response to it. I can't remember what the response is for the life of us. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's move on to
let's just try and blast through them, man, because we are not going to get through these.
All right. God, theism, pantheism, or atheism?
You can't just add the pantheism in there, mate. I see theism and atheism. I'm not allowed humanism. You're not allowed pantheism. So...
That's funny. I think they actually edit that one in the poll, and if they didn't, I'm doing it right here. I'm adding it to
right.
the poll.
Okay. If I was to choose, I would rather choose like pantheism than theism or atheism. Like humanism, or yeah, I'd probably say or like sentientism. Like if I'll just construct that one. So yeah.
Sorry, I'm kind of my chat room's now giving me shit for it. No, I mean it's kind of funny because I think that there is at least a good distinction between pantheism and panentheism to bring it up into the dialectic. So I mean you know that I'm a panentheist. I've actually just had a conversation with good old Matthew Siegel about this. It was a very interesting one. But yeah, I put myself basically saying that God exists. He's not incompatible with nature. He actually has the same sort of ontological. He partakes in the same ontological parsimony as nature does. The same causal mechanisms as nature does, and I would basically kind of remove a lot of the sort of predications that God generally has, like omnipotence, kind of get rid of that. Basically say that God is in a sort of process of realizing himself through us. And of course, that's going to sound like a cliche without me defending it, but I have defended it in some of my other videos. So
I don't know. I think I would maybe establish God's omnipotence as the sustenance of possibility itself, and the possibility of actuality, maybe, and then say that this implies that it would imply the and this is what I was saying before, that it implies the omnibenevolence and omniscience would be implied by his omnipotence. So it's whether we consider there's two things to be said, like whether God itself is a concept which is ever growing in a hermeneutic sense, as he self act, like whether it's a unchanging infinite, whether we take it to be the unmoved mover, or whether we take it to be almost the prime mover, which is almost in a state of self-actualizing, and whether we see that as a form of movement or a form of or stagnation, And I think movement is probably more explanatory, and it would explain the in the Aristotelian kind of sense, it would explain causation and motion to a much greater degree anyway. So I don't know, but I think
what.
Sorry.
You know how certain types of people within the field of religion basically say, I'm just going to open up my my cosmological arguments, or any types of arguments that I have for the existence of God. I'm going to open them up so sort of wide that they're compatible with mechanistic philosophy, teleological philosophies. No matter how you want to sort of carve up the world, if you're a mereological nihilist, I'm going to accommodate basically that. So I'm just going
to be the Roman in the scenario. Like,
I'm gonna be agnostic about a lot of my panentheistic claims, except maybe teleology, because I'm not gonna get rid of that. About how I want to introduce certain types of predications within my conception of God. I'll allow certain, I'll allow a broad range of things. So.
And then this is how you're gonna conquer the world, isn't it? You're just gonna start like, don't worry, like panentheism is exactly the same as Hinduism. Like, actually, would Hinduism be applicable? I don't know, but it would be exactly the same as like Islam. Don't worry. You'd be talking to the Jews, like, don't worry, like, Jehovah is absolutely in panentheism. Like knocking on people's doors, like, have you heard the news? I don't know if it's good.
What can I do as we said before? What can I do to convince you of the panentheistic God today? Okay, so I have absolutely no idea what question 10 means, which is knowledge claim, contextualism, relativism, or invariantism. I think, I'm not sure what exactly that means. Do you by any means? You there, PB?
I think
perspective philosophy.
I think I'm not gonna lie. I think I would be like doing my best guess at it. I would say that I would think that contextualism, I thought that relativism and invariantism would be knowledge, which would be knowledge is true in and of itself. And relativism would be knowledge which is relatively true in relation to a certain scenario or certain language game, maybe. And then contextualism would be like almost direct relation, knowledge in relation to the context of a scenario. But I think I'm just like taking a shot in the dark, really.
Which one would you have chosen?
Out of what I've just said there.
Oh, you were taking a shot at the dark.
Yeah, it was a shot in the dark. Yeah.
Okay, explaining them. Yeah, I'd still. If knowledge claims are supposed to be contextual, of course, it's kind of like hard to deny that a certain type of context means that a certain type of being or object or whatever I'm talking about would apply in that certain type of context. I don't. If I'm to understand it that way, I can't see myself disagreeing with it, although I don't know where certain types of a priori necessities would stand in virtue of context. Those would seem invariant. If variantism means like that they would be subject to change, and invariantism is that they're not subject to change, I don't know whenever I would basically say that claims are relative other than like subjective tastes. So, I mean, I could see, and I'm not even sure if that's knowledge as much as, we're just talking about the cognitive state of that person.
Funny you say this. I'd probably say relative, because of the existence of language being a socio-political event. And so, like, this is where, like, Hegel takes not moral progress. It's like knowledge is relative to the signification within the, like, well, I don't want to go like Lacanian with it really, but knowledge is relative to the the socio-historical event in which it's being investigated, in which it's established.
Yeah. Sorry, I was kind of chuckling also because I just saw your video. You're like rubbing your beard. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I've heard this sort of spiel that you've given before about historicizing reason. Of course, we have to historicize reason to some extent. I just don't know if I would apply it to, again, mathematical claims or, logical claims or ethical claims. At least certain ethical claims, because that just seems to be rejecting categorical imperatives.
Oh, I'm historicizing everything.
Yeah.
Filthy science of logic, like it's something that the logic itself, the foundations of reality itself, are in movement. So yeah, I think we're just. It's like, funnily enough, it's whether it actually is exactly what we were talking about before. It's like, do you take the prime mover to be in a constant state of motion, or do you take the prime mover to be, invariant, stagnant?
I see.
So it's kind of funny.
That's funny. Oh, by the way, thank you. Someone just subscribed, so thank you for subscribing, M Wheatfield 089. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you again for helping me out here. Yeah, but that's really funny perspective. I am very sympathetic to historicizing reason in the sort of Hegelian sense, but I don't even know if historicizing it completely is exactly what Hegel even wanted to do. But we'll leave it. We'll leave it there.
I think it was. I'll fight that one because he thought the content. That logic was in the content of the thoughts, and that the thoughts were what was progressing.
If I was a staunch processual ontologist that I claim to be, right, that variantism would probably fit in with God and all these sorts of knowledge claims as well. So maybe you're right. I'll definitely fight back on that sometime in the future if you want me to. I have no problem.
Honestly, I think I don't know if I'd even be able to fight that, Clay. I'm just laying down the standard and then running.
That's funny. That's great. What's the God? I got a member basically asking a question. What's the opposite of historicizing when it comes to rationality? I think thoughts dissipate, though. I'm not sure what that means. Anyways, I'll have to answer those questions after this. Okay, question 11. As we're approaching the 1 hour and 15-minute mark.
I was going to say my girlfriend popped her head in there and was looking to go to bed. So we do not have long. So we're going to have to really ramp this up.
All right, let's just answer the questions at this point. Laws of nature, human or non-human?
Shit. Probably non-human.
Yeah, I would have.
Sorry.
It's a hard one for me too. I'd probably say non-human as well. Yeah, I'd probably say non-human because I believe in a powers view with respect to causes. So yeah, I don't think that's humanism.
Yeah, it's like I think like, humans like they would just have to accept them. Like there's nothing behind it.
Question 12. Logic, classical or non-classical?
But both.
I think they mean metaphysically which one applies to like the ontology of the world.
Probably non-classical. I don't know if the classical logic's compatible with Hegel because he kind of rejects the law of non-contradiction and stuff.
That's debated actually.
I know it is because he says that a contradiction only exists in the mind and not in nature. So he kind of like his concept of I can't actually say the German word. Sorry. So shit. I guess I'm saying non-classical, but I don't know whether because actually, go on classical because I actually agree because rationality rules pushes on this. He was like, so do you agree with the law of non-contradiction? I was like, yes. And then I took the Hegelian stance. So yeah, go on then, classical.
That's funny. Mental content, internalism or externalism. I think I would easily say externalism. I think you'd have to be fucking crazy to be an internalist about mental content.
But what if reality itself is an yeah.
Well, no, it's just mental content.
I know, yeah. I'd take the same.
Okay, cool. Okay, 14. All right, here we might agree once again. Meta-ethics, moral realism, or moral anti-realism?
Anti-realism, of course. I mean, yeah, moral realism.
Okay, yeah, I would have to say moral realism, although, a specific qualifier that the objective moral principles that we begin with are subjective, and then that's going to basically fit into my theory of moral motivation. Metaphilosophy, naturalism or non-naturalism?
Naturalism.
Yeah, I'd have to say non-naturalism for myself.
Naughty boy.
But I mean, it's just like I don't even think we disagree that because like your non-naturalism is probably your naturalism is probably my non-naturalism. Those mean like it's very little.
Meta.
See, like this next one right here, mind physicalism or non-physicalism?
Non-physicalism.
Yeah, I would definitely say non-physicalism, but basically the same justifications for non-naturalism as well. So, but
yeah.
I think you're using a broader semantic range of natural, which I would be okay with.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, 17. Moral judgments, cognitive or non-cognitive?
Cognitive.
Yeah, I would have to say cognitive as well. Begone. What do you call it? Expressivism, emotivism.
Oh no, God! If only it would go away. If only it would go away. It never goes away.
Yeah, it never goes away. You know what the number one question that I get asked on Discord is? Hey Marty, can you prove to me how morals are real and how they're objective?
Oh my God, I know exactly how that feels. I bet there's someone I think someone said that in the chat.
Yeah.
Like and it like you can only answer it so many times.
By the way, the funny thing is I don't know if you heard it. There was a lightning. Sorry, there was there's thunder that just went off exactly after I said that question. So it's funny to me. I actually forgot what the Newcomb's problem is, but question 19 is Newcomb's problem 1 boxes or 2, and I can't remember anymore how it went. So we might I don't know if you remember or not. So
no, not at all.
Yeah. Okay, let's just skip that one then. Normative ethics, deontology, consequentialism, or virtue ethics?
I'm probably going to have to say deontology, but it's probably really like a mix, if I'm honest. So, like all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about consequentialism, but I would say that virtue ethics is compatible with deontology, and so I would probably subscribe to both of them.
I would say that consequentialism, deontology, and virtue ethics are all compatible, in I think they're all like expressed in a Hegelian system, because it's like it's like almost like a threshold deontological system built on the attribution of an individual's understanding of a institution and the reasons within the institution which are overall in respect to human life, or life as a whole, like human life for Hegel, but sentient life, what I would argue. And then the virtue ethical point, I would just say like habits are conducive of essentially more efficient moral agents, really.
The next question is question 21. Forgot to put the 21 there, but oh well. Perceptual experience, disjunctivism, qualia theory, representationalism, or sense datum theory?
Um,
I'm not sure if you're familiar with all of these.
No,
I'm
I'm
familiar
not.
with some of them. So
Disjunctivism. I don't think I've ever come across disjunctivism.
McDowell is a disjunctivist. It's basically just the idea that our perceptual experience come in this disjunction between imaginary things and real things. So imaginary things
there we
aren't
go.
even.
That's me. Yeah, there we go. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm actually a disjunctivist, so I just think that certain types of things, that like hallucinations and imaginary events and dreams, they're not of the world at all. Some people think they're maybe of the world in sort of a gradient type way, because we have certain scenario like mirages where they display like half imaginary things and half things from the world. So you wouldn't necessarily create a disjunction, but a continuum. I don't know exactly how far perceptual experiences go, since I don't really study the philosophy of perception too much, but I definitely reject sense data theory, because that just seems like nonsense to me. Like, there's no such thing as sense data whatsoever in any sort of capacity. I think we've kind of beat a dead horse when it comes to sense data theory. The empiricists were tragically wrong. Let's move on. Personal identity, biological view, psychological view, or further fact view?
It depends on what we take psychological view to be, because I think that's contestable, really.
I can answer this real quick if you want me to.
I'd probably I'd probably say psychological. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so I don't know how. I just don't view biology and psychology. I think that that's a sort of false dichotomy, and I don't know what further fact view is. If further fact view means a combination of these two, and I think that was one of the answers in the philosophy survey. So I don't know why that's not on these questions that I gave you.
It's I googled it there because I didn't know what the hell it was either.
Further fact view.
Yeah, it's apparently they're reductionists who argue that everything is that it's physical world at the bottom. So identity would be, physically instantiated. Personal identity would be physical instantiated, and so like I don't know how that necessarily is distinguished from the biological. I'm not entirely sure. That's just a very quick
That's my next question. Yeah.
But yeah, that's apparently what it means. And then I think psychological, man. I think I think that in terms of like identity itself isn't like, I think we talked about this before in terms of like signification as well. Like I think that will probably explain that one, like in terms of the idea of what happened there.
Okay. Well, I can't. You said something about something about the biological view, I think the last.
Yeah, like I was just saying that the biological view and the psychological view. Oh shit, I can't remember. It doesn't even matter.
Looks like someone in my chat is basically saying further facts are basically facts which are not reducible to either biology or psychology. Sometimes people think of biological reductivists as denying any further facts. So it's a catch-em-all term. Okay, well, I mean, if that's the case, if further fact view is just basically something that doesn't fall into those two, I would probably put myself in a further fact view. Although, I mean, I wouldn't say so. I mean, I would just say something like this: there are some parts of our identity that are, of course, psychological. I think that there are, and those generally have something to do with biology, but aren't reducible to biology. They have a dependence relation, but aren't reducible. But I would also say further fact of that, the further fact of the matter is that they're like ethical norms, which are a part of our reason, or certain types of epistemic norms, which are part of our reason. These are neither psychological or biological, and I would say that they testified to our personal identity, but all humans, I guess, all human identity. So if that's considered personal or not, if it's not considered personal, then that the further fact would matter.
Kind of, I guess that's kind of a really good point. I think that the psychological view, in my sense, I would say that like, so for example, take something like gender performance. I would say that that's a psychological. I'd say that gender was psychological, in origin, but the fittingness of the gender to the subject, as in how at home they will existentially feel with that performance, is usually the instantiation of whether the individual actually actually feels authentic within that gender. I think that's very important. Like, so when you talk about something like transgenderism, you wouldn't just say that someone performing, like an actor doing the performance of another gender, is not a woman or a man when they are on stage performing the opposite gender. They are a man playing a woman. An individual who accepts the identity of being a man or a woman, their acceptance is the instantiation of that identity. And I think that is like something that needs to be considered when we talk about the psychological view, because it's not simply the performance itself. It's the feeling at home. It's the acceptance of the performance. It's the authenticity.
I do like I kind of like the example that you used. I think that's a pretty good example to kind of use in an everyday discussion with people who are sort of confused about constructivism, about gender identity. So I do find that kind of useful. Question 23, politics, communitarianism, egalitarianism, or libertarianism. These are probably false dichotomies, but
yeah.
I mean, like, as much as, I guess I'm all three of these to some extent, so.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I guess if I had to be boiled down to something political, I guess I'd say like egalitarianism. I think these are false dichotomies. I don't think freedom makes sense without equality, for example, or community. And I think that but egalitarianism, if it's just to pick, I'd just say that it encompasses the other two, and it's like kind of like the attack that I think on libertarians, usually the haven't got an understanding of freedom, usually there's the kind of the way that
yeah, sure, I understand what you're trying to say. God, some people have really weird views about libertarian. I mean, just what it really means to talk about libertarian, what it really means to talk about free will or rights or autonomy, especially libertarians. So the next question, and we're almost done, so we're definitely speeding through these a lot faster, in case your girlfriend's worried right here. So
it'd be me who's worried, man. What are you talking about? Incur the wrath.
Yeah, no, I get it, man. I don't even know the answer to this next one. Proper names, Phrygian or Millian. No idea what the distinction between Phrygia and Miller are on proper names. It's not something that I've researched. Have you?
Not like in terms of I don't think that they're necessarily they're necessarily incompatible. I thought that there was a combination of the two anyway. I don't know exactly. I don't know the whole thing about it. I think with Frege, it's the something, the descriptive content, the semantic content is the name is basically aligned with the semantic content from which is describing the name. and then I couldn't tell you what the mill view would be off the top of my head, but then I think there's a combination of the two anyway. So I don't think it's necessarily a dichotomy.
Yeah, someone is saying something about this in my chat room, but I don't know what the hell descriptions versus pointing out an object. Like Shakespeare equals person who wrote Hamlet versus Shakespeare picks out the person.
Yeah, I think that Frege would be like, because he's a phenomenologist, he's saying that it's like basically a defined set of like parameters from which we use, like for example, it's kind of like in terms of language, it's like what Shakespeare is defined by other words from which we use we reference to Shakespeare. So like the proper name is referenced against semantic content. Well, like I think Mill, I think the right in this is like literally like would point like you like Shakespeare's that guy. It's like ostensive.
I see.
But there's an argument that combines them both, and I can't remember for the life of us what it is.
Well, let's just move on to the next question for now. I'm probably gonna get confused on the last one, anyways. Here's one we could just kind of like go through really fast. Scientific realism or scientific anti-realism?
Realism.
Yeah, I would probably say realism.
Me and Rem need to have a conversation.
I've had that conversation with Rem, and I still do not get it.
God damn Thomas Kuhn.
I hate it when people reference Kuhn and Fearbend. It's just annoying. Anyways, teletransporter, new matter, survival or death. I would say death myself. So
it depends on the transporter, like the whole point. So, for example, this is something I've spent far too much time thinking about this. There's the Star Trek nerd I am. So in Star Trek, they have what's called a what's it called? What's it called? The uncertainty principle. What's it called? Schrodinger. They have what's called a Schrodinger compensator somehow, right? Obviously indiscriminate how the fuck they have that, but they have essentially a means to predict the rotations of your electrons, so they can accurately basically build you up from the exact moment that you are destroyed and then rebuild you. I suppose that this would somehow make sense if you were to say that they would keep you in the process of, because I think the real critique would be that because you're in a process of motion, almost in like the Zeno paradox, that you would have to be in a sense of already being destroyed when they kind of create you. So they would accurately have to mimic the scenario in which you would be in the next moment, rather than take you in the moment you are and then produce you in another moment. They'd have to actually allow you to transform as if you were transforming from one moment to the next, in continuing your state of becoming. And I suppose that would be possible if they were able to predict the atomic fluctuations and the way that the information would modify within you. So in which case would fall into like a Higgs replica theory, and it would be you in that respect. Because I think there's no reason to think that the formal and like the other causes wouldn't be attributable to the being that would be created as well.
I get you. I'm just gonna say death. I'm just gonna say death to all that, man. I have a reason for this. I do have a reason for this, but I don't want any actual deaths to take place tonight. So we'll move on to the 27th question.
I like that. Saving us.
The 27th question is time. A theory or B theory? Yeah. Do you want to start?
I don't actually. I think that time. Like time is real, man. And I think that's just the way I'm taking that.
Well, I think I think it's a kind of, I don't know if A theory of time was explicitly presentism and then B theory of time was explicitly internalism, but I think it kind of it was divvied up into that sense. The one thing that I find extremely hard about this particular question is about any sort of question in time is that it's like these are a lot of how should I put this? A lot of descriptions on time I see, like within continental philosophy, have almost nothing to do with, or at least I don't see what they have to do with the sort of scientific understanding of time.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I think that I just want to make clear, I think that the flow of time is real.
I think you'd be rejecting a B theory of time if you believed that. So.
Yeah. And I think that the flow of time is real. I think that it depends on what, like, obviously, like in terms of science, I feel like the way that they're describing time isn't necessarily in the same understanding of time anyway. Like I think you're right. Like, so for example, we could talk about time in and of itself, and then it could be even cyclonic, and in which case it's not necessarily flowing in the sense of being like linear, and it would be a rejection of like linear time. But then I think all this necessarily misses the point of whether we're even discussing the same thing when we talk about time in the sense of like someone like Kant talking about time versus like a theoretical physicist or like a special relativity consideration of time. Because I think that like time, like space time, for example, I don't think is nearly what I think people are talking about in philosophy, and maybe that's at least in continental philosophy. I think in the philosophy of science, like obviously, absolutely, and it's not something I've really given much thought, and how it would impact me for like overall philosophy. So I think maybe I just need to read. I'd probably need to read more physics to like consider like the actual, like the scientific conception of time, like to
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would probably agree with you. I don't know if there is a scientific consensus about what time is. I know like time asymmetry and symmetry is sort of debated actually quite hotly. I know certain types of people like David Albert take time asymmetry to be sort of a big thing that a lot of physicists aren't looking at. I don't really know how many physicists are actually debating whether or not A theory of time or B theory of time is true or not. I don't know. And I've always found questions concerning time to be really difficult to answer. And I've never really wanted to.
Have you not seen that thing? It's like Augustine, where he's like, forgive me, Lord, for I still do not understand what time is, no matter how hard I try. And it's like it's in his confessions where he's like begging for forgiveness, like asking for mercy because he doesn't understand what time is.
I guess I sympathize with Augustine. I still don't. I still don't. I mean, like, especially when I read about like the Bergson-Einstein debates, and Bergson says something like, "I'm not concerned with clock time," and I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, how is that a criticism? Like, just talking about the subjectivity of time, how does that really answer any of the sort of questions that we have with respect to like physics and with respect to like actual ontological structures of the world? We understand that there's like some sort of subjective element of time. The question is how do we make that compatible with the rest of, the objective standards of time? Unless you just don't believe those at all, and you're like some sort of
maybe we're just talking
the ideality of time.
And maybe we're just talking about very separate phenomena anyway. Do you know what I mean?
No, I mean, like, maybe, but they were, I mean, like, it's possible, but they had like lengthy debates. I mean, like, Einstein was apparently a mega douche to Bergson about a lot of these types of things.
Einstein is an absolute, I never realized Einstein is a bastard.
Yeah, no, he was an asshole, man. He was a complete asshole. And I think he plagiarized work too.
Yeah, he did you see his whole thing with his wife? So like he he was having an affair on his wife with his cousin, who he then and he wrote this letter to his wife. If you get a chance, read the letter that he wrote to his wife. It makes you feel physically ill. Like, the guy's an absolute bastard. Like, I don't know how anyone could be like that. Like, anyway.
One of my members also said, and he was a pantheist. Yeah. It kind of puts a bad taste in my mouth that he was a pantheist, because now it's just like it has bad parallels with my own philosophy. I just hope I never end up being like like cheating on anybody. It's just like I've always found that really morally repugnant.
I think it's in the letter, what the worst overall part of this whole thing is that after all of the horrible shit he's done, he then, rather than oh yeah, I've done this horrible shit, and at least try to be somewhat redemptive or in that respect, he then goes on to treat his wife like shit, more like shit. And he talks about how he's treating her more like shit. He's basically saying you will do all the housework, you will do this, we will be seen in public together, but apart from that, you will not disturb me except for when you give me food. And then it's like, whoa, what the fuck? He's an absolute megalomaniac.
Yeah. I don't know what I would be kind of curious at the statistics behind this. I don't even know how you'd sort of be able to quantify it, but the rate of cheating on your wife or on your husband, and if that's gone up more since the time of Einstein or less, because I don't like making broad generalizations, but it generally seems like older people, people in their 50s and 60s, especially if they have a lot of wealth and are kind of traveling a lot. These people just generally cheat way more often on their wives and husband. I have this sort of richer, kind of wealthier friend. I'm not gonna name names or anything like that, but he used to cheat on his wife all the time, and she would cheat on him all the time, and it sort of became a routine that you both know that you're cheating on each other, and so you're just gonna continue on doing that instead of ever clearing out their air.
I think it genuinely is. I think it's the same thing. In American Psycho, when he's he kind of outlines that relationship he has with his girlfriend. It's it's okay because I'm doing it as well. And it's blah, blah, blah. And it's that, all that bullshit. I think it's egoism. And I think that it's almost this understanding that you need each other, but it's using another as a means to an end in its absolute regard. You know what I mean? It's I want to be with you, but I will not consider you. And this is the whole point of I think when it gets to the point in which the stop even considering it being wrong. And I think that's the real thing. It's I think when you hear about older generations, it seems to be especially in terms of Christianity and stuff like that, it's failed. You have failed at something. But it's almost like narcissism when you turn and go, but it's okay. My negative qualities are good. Do you know what I mean? It's almost and I saw this thing on a post actually. I was on Twitter, and I don't normally agree with a lot of woke kind of, takes, but they said what culture kind of sees teaches teenage boys that consent is not permission but a prize. Now, I don't think that consent is necessarily seen as not permission, but I think it sees that permission is a prize, so that victory and the establishment of oneself is at the end of a desire. And I think that this is a really egoistical take. Do you know what I mean? The expression of desire, of the end of a particular desire is what you're aiming for. And so I think that what we're seeing really is that while society's becoming more I think it's hedonistic consumerism is perpetuating a level of narcissistic egoism, and we're all being consumed by one desire or another. And if we don't fall into some sort of ethical community, I think veganism's really great. I think, but ethical community as a whole, and the rational restraint of desires, then we're just going to see the perpetual like downfall of civilization to essentially what Nietzsche was kind of predicting, really.
That's a lot of subjects, especially since you added the Nietzsche part. I'm not even sure. I definitely
he
agree.
wouldn't see it as bad, I don't think, at least in like an objective sense. But sorry, continue.
Well, I mean, like Nietzsche wouldn't consider anything about anything in an objective sense. I mean,
or anything bad. Bad.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, of course. Maybe it's like driven by certain. I guess, yeah. The way that you use desires is propositional instead of emotive. So yeah, I mean, of course, it's driven by certain types of propositional desires in that sense, because everything is kind of driven by that. If I'm understanding your metaphysics correctly. I guess I just kind of included that because I just found it sort of weird, and especially, among people who have a lot of money and do a lot of traveling, because I guess they just, they're divorced from the people that they love so much. They don't see the eye or the face. The eyes or the face of the individual that they're doing damage to. And then they commit these sorts of acts, I don't like Levinas that much, but like Jesus,
the ethics of the face. Yeah,
the ethics of the face kind of like really stick out to me in these sorts of scenarios. Is like, if you're not witnessing the pain of another individual, then they're basically, kind of in a way dead to. So,
but I think that I think it's like the inconsideration is almost like it is the. It's like, as you like, almost, I think it's a good way to put it, like death. It's like the death of the other, is how I would say. It's like almost the death of or to another degree, I think it's almost the transposition of the other from a real life actual being to instead the perceived judgment of others. And I think that a lot of people have this idea of it's like the whole, it's like you hear like people talk about like chads and shit like that, and
Sure.
I think that it's this need to be seen, and I think that the Society of the Spectacle could not have been like, when Debord wrote the Society of the Spectacle, it couldn't have been more right in that. So then that's one aspect. Then you've got like the aspect of the psychological. Like obviously, I think there's so many different reasons. I think that's probably the most common. So the need to be seen. Like you're the rich eccentric billionaire or something, and you need to be like demonstrating your power upon the world so that you don't feel inauthentic. And then you've got the like all the while establishing your inauthenticity. Giving yourself over to bad faith. And then I think you've got the neuroses kind of person who's like if anything in a sense of self-deprecation, and then I think you've got like the kind of individual who is like it's almost like a like sorry, I think like I guess I'll just leave it there because I think that you could probably psychoanalyze this to death. But like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. There's two comments. God bless my chat. Sometimes that these are golden. I had two answers. It's like this should be a whole conversation on its own. A question of cheating touches on Lacan, repression, jouissance, fluid subjects, advertising, narcissism, social media, etc., etc.
It really does. It really does.
It does. And the second comment was like, guys, take notes. This is what Hegelians mean by answering questions briefly and quickly. That's some magic right there. That's golden. But yeah, I mean, I agree with the. Sorry, I'm probably blowing everyone's ears out as I get too close to my mic here. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some truth being said in what one of my one of my members or one of my viewers basically said there. We could have an entire conversation about.
You really could. It's something that it's such a big fucking thing, and I think that's why like there's some really cool I read a lot of I read some psychoanalytic stuff on this. And it's crazy, man. Anyway, let's continue. Almost there.
We're almost there. Question 28, trolley problem. 5 straight ahead, 1 on the sidetrack. Turn requires switching. What ought one do? Switch or don't switch?
Switch.
You switch it?
You switch it. Actually, yeah, switch, yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Switching it means less people die, right?
Yeah, the 1 rather than the 5.
Yeah, don't switch for me. So
really, the intentionalist. Oh,
yeah.
Oh no.
I mean, yeah, I think that there's a certain. I mean, there's probably a certain number for everyone, but for me, it's not 5. So there you go.
I see. I guess what I would say is like it's more to do with you're equally as obligated to everyone, and so in that scenario, it's not that you are trying to harm the 1, but trying to save the 5. So it's the rule of double effect, and you're obligated to save the 5. And so and I would say I would take inaction as a form of action. But I would also say that the intentions of the individual in that sense can then only be made sense in relation to the engagement towards a given consequence. So you are either, when you are not acting and choosing not to act, you are then choosing to value something in relation to your obligation. So you'd have to have a duty which gave you a higher obligation towards the 1 than the 5.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point. Although, I mean, one thing that you said, and this is again going to be something that we have to discuss a little bit further, but I just don't know how I feel about the idea that omission is the same thing as lying, or not making an action is the same thing as making an action. I just don't know if that's true or not. I mean, there just seems to be a lot of examples of where I omit information, and I don't feel like that's the same thing as lying necessarily. So
yeah, I think there's a separate difference in relation to intention. But then I think that like the intentional state in choosing not to act or to act. So like when you omit something, if your intention isn't to create isn't to essentially provide, like I think if you lie, for example, it's the deliberate I'm
not even sure if it has anything to do with intention. I would even say that maybe 2 cases of where you both intentionally lie and intentionally omit. Like, I'm still saying that there's an asymmetry between these two. I'm saying omission, and just not telling someone something. I'm just not sure if that's the same thing as like intentionally lying. That is intentionally omitting things.
Oh yeah, I think that. No, I'm actually agreeing. I'm saying that. I think the separation there though exists in the like, so for example, when I said in the terms of Hegel being like, I said intention, I basically said that I think intention only makes sense in relation to the will and in the engagement of the will. I think that like when you are omitting or whether you're lying, it's in relation to trying to bring around a certain consequence. And so the omission typically it's kind of like the difference between not putting your seatbelt on or like actually it'd be the difference between driving recklessly maybe and then crashing your car. There's the possibility of the outcome versus the the possibility of the outcome being not prevented versus or being established as a possibility. So it's like the difference between establishing a possibility and actively seeking that possibility is probably the difference there.
Okay. Let's just move on to question 29. No. It's cool. It's cool. That's interesting. Question 29: truth, correspondence, deflationary, or epistemic?
Correspondence.
Yeah. So I would. This is also one of those ones that I think is sort of hard to answer. don't know how I actually feel about deflationary theories of truth. I know they're actually probably the most popular theories of proof, but other than correspondence. So I just, but I don't think I agree with deflationary accounts of truth. I don't see epistemic to be antithetical to the type of view that I hold, which is the identity theory of truth. And there is a sort of small nuance distinction between correspondence and identity theory of truth. So I guess that's all I'll say to that. And someone mentioned, like, what about coherentism? I think coherentism would be probably with respect to justification, not truth. So, but maybe there is a correspondence, a coherentist theory of truth as well.
I was going to say, I thought there was a coherentist theory of truth. That's like, it was established by, like, it was brought back by Heidegger, wasn't it? Like, but what was I going to say? Like, someone donated, Ruse321, donated $5, said, listen to you both go through the whole field of philosophy while I work out. Appreciate you both. Thank you very much, Ruse. Really appreciate it.
It's funny. Yeah, so I mean, I think you are right. I mean, I do, I guess, yeah, sort of remember that. Generally, I hear it more towards justification than theories of truth, but I guess, yeah, I guess both make sense.
The
last question. Zombies. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, someone in my chat said, PP the murderer, and it's like, I am the savior. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
You know, it's kind of funny that the abbreviations for your name are PP.
I know.
See, this is I could have made my name just philosophy chat, but I just could not bear the idea of the acronym PC every single time referring to me. You know, PC just got on air, you know, so I had to add the V. Although it sounds pretentious as fuck, since it's just like, you mean the philosophy chat? I mean, it's just like, I get that every single time. This is why I just like prefer people call me Marty. So just in case anyone ever said that joke again to me, anytime in the future, it happens about twice a month. Just know I basically want to murder you, whoever you are.
And I think the trolley problem becomes so much easier.
Oh yes. You'll be on the track that I decide not to switch over to. So it'll be an easy choice for me.
Okay, go on. Last one. Let's do it.
Zombies, inconceivable, conceivable, but not metaphysically possible, or metaphysically possible.
When are you talking about metaphysically possible? Like, what are most people? If not zombies? Like,
yeah, go ahead. Unless you want me to answer first.
No, you go on then, because I'm probably going to go on a ramble about meaning.
Yeah. I don't have like a definitive argument for this position as far as I know. I don't want to say I would say that zombies are conceivable but probably not metaphysically possible. I think that's what I remember my stance being on it last. So yeah, I mean I generally don't think it's possible to talk about the minds without bodies, I guess. So yeah.
Like, so I would say that, like, zombies, I would say that, like, it depends on what we define it as, because I think that the whole point of a zombie really is and the whole point, I was actually going to do this. I was actually going to do a film philosophy on this, which is essentially like I think that the instantiation. Last question, by the way, so don't worry. I've already told them that, like, I'm going to get murdered if I don't come off in a second. So, like, I need to go on a ramble about the meaning behind zombies. So 1 second. Let's just so I would say that zombies is the concept really is, and the whole point of a zombie apocalypse is this struggle for meaning. I think that the horde of zombies, like the mindless mass that kind of comes to consume at all costs, without consideration, and it spreads as the individual is consumed by this, like, this horde. the individual is constantly fighting to establish themselves as a meaningful agent to prevent the meaningless death. And the meaningless death is a walking death. It's a death that happens without dying. And I think that's what Blanchot says when he says, could we imagine the death without dying? The possibility, was it the impossibility of possibility? And he takes Heidegger and turns him on his head. And he basically establishes the idea of the meaningless being is that which is already dead, the one from which like death itself would hold no meaning. And I think that's the way I would take it. So when we say zombies are the metaphysically possible, I'd say that they already exist.
I mean, this is just one of those hard questions. I'm trying to remember exactly how it plays out. I don't want to say that zombies are inconceivable myself, because we can imagine certain types of beings like us, at least logically possible, like us, that don't have minds. I mean, that's fine. Like, you could obviously conceive of this, but I think there's a distinction between being able to conceive something and it being metaphysically possible. And that is that there would be certain types of metaphysical presuppositions such that it wouldn't allow zombies to exist whatsoever. And that is, and that would probably get into a series of arguments that right now I wouldn't be able to quite robustly defend. But because I believe in metaphysical impossibility and possibility, which is distinct from logical possibility, I would probably choose the second answer there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm probably going to have to end this right now before I get murdered. So thanks for the conversation, Marty. And someone in my chat just said the new zombie of today is the one who cannibalizes its own brain. I think that's a good way to look at it. I think that the whole point of like its desire, like, you know, the consumption of the brain, it's very symbolic in the first place. You know, it's the consumption of the other in this like and in the attempt to consume the other, they've already lost themselves. So yeah. Anyway, I appreciate the conversation, Marty, and take it easy, and I hope you have a lovely night.
All right, thank you for having me on again, Lewis. You have a good night as well. It's been good talking to you as usual.
You too, man. Take it easy, and thanks to everyone who's watching. Bye, man.
Bye-bye.
Right, guys, I'm gonna shoot off. I hope you've all enjoyed this conversation and debate review. If you liked it, please give it a thumbs up. Actually, I'm probably going to be uploading these separate anyway, so that's so that might be something to look out for. So consider subscribing, and thank you to my patrons on Patreon, who every time I forget the name of. There's Jeremy, and there's Ethan, and then there's someone whose name is in Japanese. So I'm going to see if I can have a look at it again, and no, I don't think I can say that. I'm just going to have to ask them how to say their name. But thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Ethan. It's very much appreciated. And if you would like to check out the cool benefits you can get on Patreon, including Discord roles in the style of Plato's Republic, no less, check out my Patreon in the description below. I hope you all have a lovely night, and as always, try to gain some perspective.